主流，百去百，管他的真心不会去卖，做我想做的，与生俱来。投降，江湖任我闯，下去哪就去哪，叮叮当。做不改姓，姓不改名，我的大名叫汤汤。你想要撒野，抄家会就上场，我可以战败但不投降。Yo， 我可以战败但不投降。轻薄在 ，All my life， 随波逐流，百去百，管他的真心不会去卖，做我想做的，与生俱来。轻薄在 ，All my life， 所以兄弟 ，On my mind， 所以兄弟 ，On my mind， 当他们需要我就在。
Casual 31-hour stream, bro. Just a casual 31-hour stream from this AKE creator over here, guys. Totally not botted, bro. Yeah, absolutely not. Yeah, holy moly. This is truly something. Right, a 31-hour stream, bro, and it's just been like boosting the viewership numbers of this game for like that fucking long, bro. This is why I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what this is, but like surely somebody needs to be looking into this. Like I feel like surely somebody needs to be looking into this because this is some of the most suspicious shit I feel like I've just ever seen. But it is what it is, right? Also, another really funny thing that I wanted to just show you guys was like, we all know who Loki Gacha is, right? We all know that Loki Gacha is basically like Gacha Smack's like third son and like essentially just like follows that dude around like a dejected fucking dog, bro. And this is his most recent video, the toxic LARPing around ZZZ's anniversary. But like, did we forget that like this dude uploaded this? Like possibly the worst sponsored video of all time, where he just grabs live stream footage and then talks over it like he's explaining the kid or some shit. Bro, like wait, are we truly actually like talking about LARPing over here? When I don't think Gacha Smack has even like had ZZZ on his computer in over like 2 years. Like straight, I don't think he's had it installed on his computer for 2 years. And that to me is the funniest shit, because it would be so easy for me to just react to this and make the entire thing about Smack. And I'm not sure if Loki Gacha really actually intended for that to happen. Imagine we just react to this and turn it into we're just taking shots at Smack the whole fucking time and talking about this weird father-son relationship on screen. I was like, you know what? We could do that if we wanted to. Yeah, we could just talk about how fucking gay this guy is as well. Dude, this guy has possibly like, dude, like, I feel like he's got, like, posters. Bro, I feel like he's got posters of Smack on his wall that he, like, jerks off to every night before he goes to bed. Like, straight up, it's like, this is the type of, like, just weird-ass shit that, like, bro, this is just some weird-ass shit. Like, this just looks weird. It looks like a fucking homoerotic, like, photo tribute, bro. What the fuck even is that? The guy makes truly, like, he's the most maliciously gay person I think we've met lately. And it's just so appropriate that he's given us a free avenue to take shots at the other freak in the space. Some of these thumbnails look AI generated. They're all AI generated. Yeah, they're all AI generated. Alright. So, yeah. That's stuff that we potentially have on the agenda for today. I'm also thinking about it from the perspective of like Gacha Smack is like at the point where he's no longer worth farming anymore. Like truly, bro has fallen off so immensely. He's actually not worth falling. He's not worth farming anymore. It's absurd. It's absurd what the past 2 months have done to him. I'm just being honest. And guys, remember how we did that update on the ZZZ video yesterday, and we were talking about how it was growing in views? Bro, this shit is basic. Bro, this shit got like 4,000 more last night. Bro, this shit got like 4,000 more yesterday. It's so popular, bro. Bro, it is, bro, this video is so popular, they keep watching it. And again, it's an hour and 30 minutes. Bro, it's an hour and 30 fucking minutes, bro. Wait, what the fuck is this Himiko Nova shit? Did it get more downvotes? Yes, it did, bro. But that's the thing. There's no subscribers or losers to lose from me. Right? I can't lose anything at this point. All I can do is gain, because these are people that weren't even watching my content anyways. Like, these are all people that weren't even going to be watching anything other than ZZZ anyways. So it's just I've acquired views on something that it just isn't getting views. And we're farming. We're farming. And you disliked it too? Yeah, so I could say that I'm right later, bro. Guys, these guys are basically out here with the stance of, yeah, all of us believe they're not going to kill Rupture in 3 months. Yeah, guys, they're surely not going to murder Rupture in 3 months after giving out Lucia for free. Like, Hoyoverse wouldn't do that. Yeah, they certainly haven't done that before. They haven't totally taken a Void Hunter out to the back of the shed, nerfed them for 10 deadly assaults straight, and Shiyu defenses straight, so you can't use them, and then introduced a new Void Hunter. Oh, wait, they did that with Yi Shungite. Oh, right. They made like 10 endgame stages that were like designed to not allow you to use Miyabi, and then put out Yi Shungite. Oh, yeah, you guys remember that? Oh, yeah. And guys, they tried doing the same thing with the Angels of Delusion, where they tried making the Void Hunters useless and made you pull the Angels of Delusion. You know what that resulted in? The worst month in the game's history. Y'all remember that wolf motherfucker? Where it's like, unless you have the Angels of Delusions, you can't kill him. Right, with like the shield that's invulnerable and shit. Yeah, you can't kill him unless you have the AOD team. Remember that? That was the worst month in the history of the game because people were like, "Oh, we don't like it when you force us to pull a whole team comp for one boss." Yeah, we don't like it when you guys do that. This is what we're gonna do to the fucking game, bro. Go fuck yourself. So they're only gonna do it for Void Hunters. Because naturally, people aren't gonna complain about needing to pull the next Void Hunter because they already know they're gonna be broken. So guys, they're 100% gonna be taking out Rupture to the shed because that's the most logical thing to do. It truly does just require like a misunderstanding. To not think they're gonna kill Rupture means that you're the LARPer. Let me just say that. If you don't think that they're going to rotate out a damage type and murder it, you're the LARPer. And I think that just shows how much actual LARPing is going on in this community to deny history and what Hoyoverse has done like 3 times already. Why do you think there's a new element? Why do you think there's a new element? All right. So that's something that we got going on. However, we need to have another conversation over here. And that's going to be actually where the first video of today actually starts. And that's going to be talking about Silver Palace. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we need to have a conversation about this game. Because there's going to be some news coming out for this game pretty soon, right? If it hasn't come out already. And I have some public statements to make regarding this matter. All right, let's go ahead. Let's get this one started. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for us to have a conversation over here about this game that you're going to be seeing on the screen. And that is going to be Silver Palace. And there's a lot of news. There's a lot of fanfare surrounding this game. A lot of good things. And of course, some bad things as well. And I have one announcement to make. Or really, I guess like sort of like a couple announcements to make regarding this game. Just to ensure that you all know where I stand. Both as a content creator, as a player, and of course, somebody with integrity. And that's going to be the fact that I will not be taking on a sponsorship, nor will I be participating in the actual closed beta test 2 for Silver Palace. And the reason for this is very, very, very simple. It's so that I can give the most honest opinion possible about everything going on with this game. Because everybody understands, right? When you sign a contract, even when you participate, right, in a beta test, you are under some obligations for what you're able to talk about and what you're not able to talk about. And one of the biggest things that's been kept under wraps when it comes to this game is discussion regarding the gacha system. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, there has been some word, through some official sources that like they don't even want people to like talk or mention anything about it. Even those that are like in the beta tests and of course CCs that are going to be partnered with them for the program. And my take is this. When I have seen a game that had potential dragged down into the depths and basically ruined by a bad gacha system, I don't want to be somebody that's forced to keep silent, that has to keep their silence about it, that isn't allowed to give their take about it. Otherwise, they lose some sort of like financial, or maybe they have like some sort of like legal issue that they got to deal with just from, telling the truth. And the circumstance over here is that Silver Palace, through rumors, right, from either some of the betas or some of the tests or something like that, it's got a gacha system that's supposed to be very, very, very similar to, and, well, you probably guessed it, right? Arknight's Enfield. And you know that comes with itself a lot of issues. I've said a lot of things about Arknight's Enfield. I said a lot of things about its gacha system. And the main takeaway that I have from it is that this is a departure from modern gachas. This is a departure from things that are good. This is like a car company, right? Making innovations by removing seatbelts from cars. And their advice is, you don't need the seatbelt, just drive better. It's a skill issue. Don't pull on the gacha unless you have 120. Just drive better. You don't need a seatbelt. You'll be fine. That's just what it feels like over here. And I've called it akin to the gacha dark ages, because it feels like we're going back in time. We're removing the things that made things better for players, and of course, we're instituting ways for people to get fucked over, screwed over, and lose things. And the reason for this is very simple. We just need to take a look at Enfield's gacha system. And surprisingly enough, it's actually kind of difficult, right? To like find like a brief breakdown of it. But I think I found one over here. Let's take a look at this. So basically, all we need to focus on is Chartered Headhunting, the featured banner, and we'll be able to break down what AKE's gacha's looking like. 80 attempts guarantees a 6-star character. Basically, you have an 80 pity to get S rank, 6-star, or 5-star in other games, the best type of unit you can get, the limited one, right? And then on the way there, you can lose an infinite number of 50-50s. Because the rate-up character is guaranteed at 120, but there's no guarantee for the rate-up character before then. So on the way to 120 pulls, you can lose every 50-50, and don't worry, there have been plenty of people that have done exactly that, and there's recorded videos and instances of it everywhere, and of course, that occurs on the weapon banner too. And we're going to be reviewing some personal testimonies from some of the biggest CCs in the space of how they have gotten fucked over by this system. And the game's only been out for like 5 or 6 months, and don't worry, there's a lot of stuff for us to cover. The MTash situation, the Fob Master situation, it's all there. There's some other stuff on this banner that helps like sweeten up the deal. For example, if you do 30 pulls, this is more so just FOMO bait. If you do 30 pulls, right, you get another 10 pull. And then if you do 60 pulls on the banner, you get 10 pulls on the next banner. What this doesn't mention here, and this is how you know that there was a lot of grifting surrounding this game, the 120 pity for the rate up character does not carry over. The 80 pity to guarantee a 6-star with no guarantee carries over, but this rate up guarantee, it expires after every banner ends. So if you go up to 119 pulls out of 120, you don't have the limited 6-star yet. If the banner expires, you have lost all your progress and you are starting back from ground zero. 0 out of 120 pulls, even though you spent 119, and it's all gone. Everything. It's all wasted. So most people can kind of like look at that situation. They're like, that's not very gravy, right? That's not very cool. And some people at a baseline, right, they talk about some of the other nice things that are in the banner. The fact that you can like lose your 50-50 to like other units, but you have a really low chance of getting it anyways. So it's like you have like a 16 or 14 something % chance of getting like a other different on banner character. People talk about this like it's a good thing, but the literal expected result is that you just get a useless standard character that you don't want most of the time. So it's kind of just like more whale bait, more FOMO, more just like stuff that doesn't actually work. And we don't need to really, well, talk about how it didn't work, because this game is one of the most dead games ever. Like truly, it is one of the most, a game that launched to this much fanfare and is now at levels that just look like there's a lot of stuff that needs to be wrong with the game for this to happen. And the gacha is a really big one. Because let's start talking now about how the gacha specifically did so much damage. Let's look at a situation over here of a popular, or what used to be popular, Gacha CC. We got M-Tashed, right? And as you can see on the screen, he's participating in the gacha of this game. You can see over here, he's got 9 attempts left to guarantee a 6-star operator. He is 71 out of 80 on that 6-star pity. But he's only got 21 pulls left until the 120. And so on this next 10 pull, he's guaranteed a 6-star operator. And then on the 10 pull after that, he's basically guaranteed Levy. And so you might be thinking, oh shit, he's about to get 2 6-stars in 20 pulls. Say, why you say this gacha system is bad, right? You read this and you're like, oh, bro's about to get 2 6-stars in 20 pulls. It's a W, he's a winner. Watch this.
I have enough for a pull.
21 attempts.
This is soft pity. So we can either get the character here or lose another 50-50. If we lose another 50-50, we still...
You want to lose here. He has 20 left, right? He's got 20 left. You want to lose here so that you only have to pull 10 more and you get Leviathan too. Exactly. You want to lose the 50-50 here. You want to lose here.
This is soft pity. So we can either get the character here or lose another 50-50. So close.
Let's
3 of them on one banner?
Let's see it. Yeah, do it. That's what you want, right? If you're gonna lose this many, you might as well lose all of them.
No, I got her. Okay.
Doesn't matter.
Which is fine.
It's not fine. You wanna know why it's not fine? Check this out. That is how this system... It's all gone. Because he won the 50-50, because he won the 50-50, everything else is gone. How do you release a gacha system that does this? Bro, how do you release a gacha system that does this? Bro, this is like winning the slot machine, and instead of money coming out, it just grabs your balls and rips them off. Bro, what is this? Bro, because you lose more than just like you lose more than just the 6-star in this game, right? You lose a lot more than just the 6-star when shit like this happens. Let me show you some shit right here. Where you win the 50
inch because their unit.
Let me show you some shit over here. Because what you guys don't necessarily realize yet is that when you just pull any dupe of anybody, you get a lot of resources. And let me just put them on the screen as well. And this is where Silver Palace has an opportunity to like differentiate themselves. But basically, when you pull a character in this game, you also get a bunch of resources that either convert into pulls or they convert into things called weapon pulls. And you get basically the equivalent of 10 weapon pulls each time you get a 6-star in this game. So M-Tashed over here, by just getting absolutely fisted by losing his free 6-star, he also loses a 10 pull on the weapon banner at the same time. So you lost a 6-star and a free 10 pull on the weapon banner via those arsenal tickets. And guys, that is the brutality of a system like this. And it's questionable to me that Silver Palace, the devs, saw the downside of a system like this. The damage that it can do to players. Because, guys, there are people talking about Silver Palace's pity being a different number. You do realize that it doesn't matter. As long as the number is there and it operates like this can still happen. It doesn't matter if the pity's 90 for the 6-star. It doesn't matter if the pity's 100 for a 6-star. If you can lose an infinite number of 50-50s, and then the guarantee works like this, and then the guarantee resets your other pity, guys, the same exact thing can happen here. It doesn't matter how big the pity actually is. Now, if the pity goes below 80, then we have a different conversation, right? But when the situation is like this, guys, this type of video can still be put out. This type of video can still be filmed by somebody because this type of bullshit could still happen to them. Assuming that that's how Silver Palace's gacha actually works. Do you understand why there's so much controversy surrounding this mechanic? why the news, that like discussion around it is like not allowed, that like people aren't necessarily supposed to like post photos of the gacha and stuff like that. It's a little like weird because it feels like it's a mix of both like censorship and they know what they're doing is like a little bit not good because it's obviously from the public perception of this gacha system, it's not good. So everyone kind of knows we're doing something that nobody really wants, and now we're being told, and now people are being told you got to keep quiet about it. I don't really like that. That type of behavior to me is a little bit odd, and it's not really something that I want to be necessarily supporting of in the space, and it's not necessarily something that I want to be kept on a gag order on, right? Like, I don't want to be not allowed to talk about this. I don't want to be, like, banned or, like, have the financial pressure to avoid topics like this, because that would mean that I'm grifting. And I don't want to do that. I want to be able to say the truth about these games. And I am in the blessed financial position because of my viewers, because of my supporters, because of the people that come and watch my content. Yes, even you, Zenless Zone Zero haters. I'm talking about you guys as well. Sorry, or Zenless Zone Zero shills. The ones that are mass downvoting my video, but still giving it a shit ton of views. Guys, this is a 19K video with like fucking 1 hour and 30 minutes runtime, bro. This thing is making some fucking dollary dues. And it's often you guys getting mad at it because I'm saying the truth. They're calling me a LARPer for this, but the real LARPing is thinking that ZZZ isn't going to kill Rupture in 3 months when they did the same thing to Miyabi to prepare for Yi Shungai's release. So they're going to do the same thing for Sunbringer. They're going to kill Rupture. I already said that in the video, but they're LARPing and they don't think it's going to happen, even though it happened like 3 times already. Those are the individuals that are allowing me to make the type of content that I make, where I tell the truth about these games, I tank the hate because I don't give a fuck, and then we just keep going. We just keep going. Because I'm not bothered by a bunch of annoying little kids saying that I'm stupid because I don't like their gacha game. And in a similar sense, I don't need the financial support, the ad or the sponsorship money from these gacha companies to be able to sustain my career. I'm not bought out. I am not at the beck and whim of corporations and developers to sustain my career. And that means, guys, I'm allowed to say the truth. And that is why, ladies and gentlemen, I will not be taking on a Silver Palace CBT2 sponsorship. That is why I will not be playing the beta. Because I don't want any contracts. I don't want any restrictions. I don't want any NDAs preventing me from speaking the truth about this fucking game. Because truly, I think that there's potential there. I think that there is an amazing game under the surface, right? But when it's murky and when it's clouded by this really, really, really shady controversy surrounding the gacha system, I am not going to stand here and simply be another CC keeping silent about it, just like how there were so many CCs keeping silent about this game's dog shit fucking gacha system. Because you want to know what I did during this time? I farmed it. Oh, brother, I farmed this game so bad. I uploaded like 50, 60 videos. And I had some of the most diabolical growth in my content, subscribers, viewership, and of course, ad revenue on my channel that I've ever seen in my career. You want to know why? Because I told the truth about this game. And you want to know what happened to all the other CCs who didn't say the truth about this game, who openly lied about it, and who, of course, said it was a lot better than it was, glazed the gacha system when they themselves knew it was bad? Guys, imagine a game's own community doesn't even watch your stuff when you're sponsored for every video. Imagine you're sponsored this heavily and even the game's community knows you're full of shit and don't even want to watch you. And that's the future of somebody, right? That just continually dodges the truth. That just continually takes a corporate handout to pave the way for predatory, player-unfriendly game mechanics. And then try to sell them off like fucking snake oil to their viewers like it's something amazing. Even your own fucking viewers know you're full of shit. That's why none of these streams, none of these videos about AKE get any fucking views. And I don't want something like this happening to my channel. This looks really fucking bad. It's fucking embarrassing. So, like, that's why I don't want to do it. Honestly, I'm doing this for, like, my sake as well as you guys. Like, you know that, right? I think this is generational aura loss. I don't want this to happen to me. It's fun. It would make me feel bad if this happened to me. And, of course, I don't want to lie to my viewers either. Because a big part of my channel is honesty. A big part of my channel is keeping it real. And a big part of my channel is, of course, keeping it a buck while others are keeping it a bag. And there's always got to be one person, one Lich King in the gacha space. But instead of actually being a villain, I feel like I'm the only guy that's holding back the bullshit. Because who else is going to do this? Let me know. I don't think there's going to be a lot of people willing to take a career risk like this. But is it a risk for me? No. Because I don't give a fuck. Let me know what you all thought. Peace out. It's nice not needing sponsors. It's great. And this is what I love the best. Guys, this is going to be the craziest part about this. Like, I don't even think I'm losing that much, to be honest. We all know I don't play beta tests anyways. We all know I don't play beta tests anyways. So it's like, for the perspective of, like, what I'm losing, bro, it's not very much, because, like, the beta would come out when the soy material's already coming in. The soy material's already coming in, right? The pre-release, her showcase, all of that stuff is just going to be, like, right there. And so it's like, I wouldn't even want to play Silver Palace anyways, because I'm covering all the soy stuff instead. Do you know what I mean? Do you guys get what I'm saying? Guys, I don't even play the Wuthering Waves betas. I have never applied for a single one. The Wuwa betas. Like, you would be like, say, you should, like, actually be... I don't even play those. I don't even fucking play those, bro. Because that's the thing. I don't like playing betas. It feels truly like a waste of time to me. It truly feels like a waste of time to me because, like... It happens every fucking patch, bro. It just happens every patch, and I don't know how people do it. Like I get liking a game a lot. I don't like Wuthering Waves that much to, like, need to, like, play it all the time. You have to get invited, not apply. Bitch, they invite me, I don't apply. What do you even fucking mean? Like, yes, I say that because I got the invitation, you bitch. I just don't reply to it. It comes in your email. I leave it on red. Show? It's been on screen. It's been on stream like 20 times. Every time I do the survey, you guys look at my beta email. It has been. Yeah, go check my survey videos, bitch. Anyways. When's the Silver Palace Unk podcast? Well, this is the good news about the Silver Palace Unk podcast. Yeah, Razor's probably down to shit on it. I don't know if ALG is, though. We'll see. We'll see how much ALG grows off of ZZZ. We'll see how much he milks this anniversary. Maybe he doesn't care. All right. Let me go. All right. Look at that Silver Palace situation out there. Trying TOA in your account? Not really. I don't see too much of a reason to. Like what? Were you guys, like, tripping over the TOA reset? Do you fucking need help against the Mech Abomination? Like I'm gonna be honest, bro. It's a much easier reset, and that kind of also means I don't really feel the need to play it. Because it's easy? You know what I mean? Try out Gian. Yeah, I don't know about that one, bro. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Oh, I know. Maybe we could get a little bit of Oh, I know what video I was gonna make. Okay, my bad, guys. I chugged my water a little bit. I chugged my water a little bit too quickly this morning, and P time's been expedited. Just enjoy, doing idle animations real fast while I... What the hell? Why'd that show up so late? Yeah, just go enjoy, doing some idle animations real fast while I regret my chug this morning. Sometimes you're thirsty, but you don't actually need water. You know what I mean? Bro, I got like a paper cut. I got like a paper cut on my finger. On the same finger that I used to like press down on my left mouse button, so I got like a damage over time effect. So like every time I click anything, it like sort of I take like 1 point of damage. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? Yeah, it sucks. Yeah, it sucks. Happens though. For 44% HP. Oh, wait, Kaiser, do we have the official numbers? It might be nice to actually make a video about like how much the HP has actually gone down compared to the last reset. Yeah, we might do that. But anyways, I got something else that I actually want to make first. And this is going to be a bit of a reflection on the most recent... well... situation. Oh. I think this is like another thing that I forgot to mention about Silver Palace and Arknight's Enfield's Gacha, but like... Enfield's weapon banner is also a fucking disaster, too. Here's Fobmaster talking about how he lost 30 straight 25-75s or something like that while he was whaling. Yeah, I mean, it's just, sometimes having a guarantee feels, like, really cool, and, like, losing a bunch of times just doesn't feel good, no matter what the situation is. Like, this was 4 fucking days ago, bro. So there you go. There's so many stories. Yeah, there's so many stories about everything. First PayPal, now this. Well, there's hopefully you don't have a rerun of the PayPal situation. All right. Time for us to have a bit of a talk. Time for us to have a bit of a chat. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are back at it again. It's time for us to have a conversation about what seems a bit off about Wuthering Waves 3.6. And this is what we're going to be talking about over here. It's about the new units that are supposed to be coming out. And there's a reason why I'm showing you Yang Yang, Yap Yap, Zhuan Ling on the screen for this. Because it's very clear that this unit seems to have gotten a lot of preferential treatment from Kuro Games when it might not have necessarily been deserved. And what I'm going to be going through over here is simply just the facts and the metrics surrounding this character's release and how it just seems odd that we're not seeing the same amount of effort put into, well, the next versions. So let's go ahead, let's start breaking it all down, and first start off with the first little bit of that preferential treatment over here, and that is the leaked gameplay. We all remember this reveal from good old Katsuhiro Harada. Sorry, I shouldn't have done that. That seemed a little bit insensitive. Anyways, you can't be racist to Asian people. I can say that firsthand. He leaked Yang Yang and Soy Soy's gameplay, right? He leaked both of their kits, basically the entirety of it. And when you look at the actual results and when you look at the actual numbers surrounding this character, how popular or unpopular they actually are, it doesn't make sense that they're not doing this again for a unit that I'm pretty sure most people are way more excited about. And this is where we're going to start getting into the actual facts about this character. She's got some of the lowest engagement and some of the lowest views I have ever seen for a main push character. When you leak a unit's gameplay, when you give the preview, when you build up this much hype by doing something like this, reaching out to a famous person like a Jeff Keighley or a Katsuhiro, you expect this to do well. You're estimating that you've put a lot of work into the marketing, the preparation for this unit, and it's going to be popular. She wasn't. She wasn't. This is pretty much the lowest viewed main push unit possibly out of all the gacha games that have gotten released. Compare it to a Cyrene, a Phainom, blah, 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 any of that stuff. She truly is. Her competition is Imith, guys. Her competition is Hiyuki. Her competition is Augusta and Yuno. Her competition is Cardathea. And this is truly, let me show you where her numbers are at. She's comparable to a Lucilla. A literal, and I've used this to describe Lucilla before. She's like the used condom after the Cyberpunk collab, where she just got tacked onto the patch 3 or 4 days after they came out, and then just was there. And she's getting more views and engagement than the main push Yang Yang. And as you can see, we're getting Sagrika or Denya numbers over here. This is the main DPS, the free-to-play friendly character, the one that you were supposed to enjoy as much as Imith. The one that you were supposed to like as much as a Hiyuki, a Cardathea. And the reception is not really there. And some people might be saying, well, Saint, maybe all the people that pulled Yang Yang don't care about the meta. They just really like her as a waifu. And so, you're just saying a bunch of bullshit because all you look at are guides and, you're a guide CC. Those are her story cinematics. Some of the lowest viewed story cinematics possibly in the game's history. And that's her podcast. Let me show you how similar podcasts have been received. Bro, that was a 44K. Bro, she's comparable to male characters. She's comparable to male characters. Literally, all the other girls have, more than her. Okay. I guess she beat Lene. Bro, she got beat by... Hey, I guess she technically beat Hiyuki for that one. I'm surprised no people watch this one. Yeah, Hiyuki's was surprisingly low, but, everything else seems higher. Yeah, you have Sagrika at the bottom over here. But this is the thing, guys. Hiyuki might have low views on this, but she's got great views on her guides. Yang Yang's just bad everywhere. Yang Yang holds the unilateral title of just being bad across every single media outlet. An achievement that no unit has. And when we look at the input of stuff like this, and we look at the output, it didn't really work out that well. Right? And naturally, we still have a completely new character that's going to be coming out in the next half of this update. That is 100% true, right? And I think Soy Soy is actually a lot more popular than Yang Yang. But we still need to see how her reception is going to be. Because it's clear that one unit out of these two didn't really quite hit the mark. But you're probably noticing, right? What about the 3.6 part? We've talked about where 3.5 maybe didn't follow through on expectations. Why haven't we gotten gameplay reveals for this unit yet? Not him. But her. Where's her gameplay? Where's her gameplay? Because let's be real here. You have the aura farming, Wuwa Sword Saint, Paragon, literally in lore supposed to be seen as one step short of a sentinel. You are second in command, basically, of the region. You are the second most powerful person right before the sentinel. You summon 8 gigantic swords the size of, like, fucking cities. And then a bunch of little swords surrounding the big swords. Drop them all down, blow up the battle, and your gameplay isn't there, but, like, like, this is. You can kind of see what's going on. It feels like the hype has been a little bit mismanaged. Because I feel like a lot of individuals who have, like, seen the cutscene, who have seen the story progression, it might have made a lot more sense for Yang Yang and Soy Soy to simply just be, you know, some regular debut units. And then we get those gameplay reveals for clearly what's meant to be one of the most hyped and powerful characters in the game's history. But maybe, and this is where I'm starting to get maybe a little bit concerned, maybe Kuro has seen the lack of reception or the lack of popularity for units like Yang Yang. I think they expected way better actual results and, like, way better actual popularity for this character. And maybe a reason for why we don't see the 3.6 leaks or the 3.6 kits or anything like that is because they don't want to fall down from grace potentially again after doing something like this. Because my personal take is this. They've kind of, like, dimmed some of the appeal of... They kind of dimmed some of the appeal of these gameplay leaks. These, the reputation of, like, oh, like, blowing up the gacha space when these gameplay reveals drop. Because this just wasn't something that a lot of players were, like, super, super, super into. But who wouldn't be into this? Bro, I don't know a single person that, like, didn't like this at a baseline. Yes, you could say it's a Deus Ex Machina. She stole the spotlight from characters like Yang Yang and Soy Soy. But, like, I still liked it because she's way cooler than those characters. Like she's way cooler. Like, this is just cooler than anything Yang Yang and Soy Soy do. And it would have been a blast to see a kit like this, right? It would have been amazing to see a kit like this. And then, of course, they wouldn't even need to show Jing Ran either. I know they didn't show off Liu Kerson at all when they were doing Imyth stuff. It could have just been a solo reveal too if you wanted to avoid, you know, like the male character controversy of revealing their kit. Because it was just Imyth for 3.1. And guys, has there ever been a more deserving character of a gameplay reveal than one that is basically accomplishing the craziest feats in lore than I think we've ever seen? Have we seen characters in Wuwa on screen looking stronger than this? Not really. And I think with the expectations kind of like out there and stuff like that, seeing that they were doing this for Yang Yang, who's, you know, simply not as compelling, I think, as Qing Zhao for a lot of players, I think a lot of people are able to find it a bit questionable, right? I think we know that 100%, right? If we were to go through the roster, go through who's, you know, obviously showing up, Wuthering Waves gave us a big preview, right? And if I had to put my money on who they're obviously going to be giving that push towards, it's naturally going to be her, right? But out of all these characters, right, I guess I'm mostly surprised that it's like, I guess I'm just mostly surprised we didn't do anything about this one. So I know for certain we can, like, look forward to something like, okay, all right, yeah, you get what you can look forward to something like that. But for now, I think 3.6, I think Qing Zhao, it's going to be kept under wraps. And this could obviously be the other intention behind this. Kuro Games maybe does expect there to be a lot more sales for what's coming up moving forward, right? We all know that in this update, we've got Soy Soy and Yang Yang coming out. And what's very clear is that Soy Soy has a very, very, very specific kit that requires the consumption of negative statuses for her full buffs to activate. And it's pretty much guaranteed at a baseline that units like Jing Ran and Qing Zhao are not going to work with her at all. And so maybe in their attempts to like drive as much profitability as possible, Yang Yang and Soy Soy, right, are a combo. Yang Yang and Soy Soy are meant to be together on their team. Jing Ran and Qing Zhao have nothing to do with either of their banners, and you would never pull and use those characters together. And so maybe it's just they're holding off on the Qing Zhao leaks, even though they probably, for the betterment of the game, they should be coming out to maintain some revenue on this banner. Because I think there is potential, right? People decide to just outright skip Yang Yang. They decide to outright skip Soy Soy after they see what's in Qing Zhao's kit. And do you know what that means? If the possibility is out there that Kuro Games is so scared of cannibalizing their own sales because her kit is that insane, well, that kind of helps build up hype as well. So don't view this, right, as a Doom posting video. Don't view this as a video, right, where we're just going ahead and trying to point out what's wrong with the game. In a lot of ways, this lack of action that Kuro's taking, it could also mean that they're doing some of the wildest shit ever, and this unit might actually just be the next Imith, right? This unit might just be the one that like breaks records. And part of the reason is because we're hearing so little about her. So yeah, we'll go ahead. We'll see how the cookie all crumbles over here. But I did want to give a bit of an update because I think a lot of people were expecting a big shift in the marketing because Kuro Games was deciding to elevate characters like this, maybe to the point where they were going to like see, that we were going to see more and more sort of like leaked official kits for every character release. Maybe not. Maybe because of this one. Maybe because Qing Zhao's kit is absolutely insane. But I think another fair thing to say is also this. There's been a lot of self-cannibalization done in this game before. For example, Sigrika's banner being killed by Hiyuki. Denyu's banner being killed by the Cyberpunk characters. And maybe they just understand that they're putting out some very, very, very high-quality units and kits. But the quality of the future units and kits that come out after them are, like, indirectly fucking over their work. Because I think it's kind of clear that that is happening really, really, really frequently. Let me know what you all thought. Peace out. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I really do. I'm just, guys. We all know Yang Yang. We all know Yang Yang is not very popular. Let's be. I think they know that if they were to release Qing Zhao, bro, they're just gonna like kill her even more. Right? They kill her and Soy Soy even more, and they're like already sort of dead. Do you know what I mean? And it like all feels like it's Yang Yang's fault. Right? It truly does feel like it's all Yang Yang's fault because those numbers don't lie. She's not a popular character, bro. Those numbers don't lie. She's not a popular character. I don't think we can deny that at this point. That's why, bro. These views is diabolical. Those I win to lose views are fucking diabolical, bro. Truly. This is like actually, this is dog shit for a main push DPS that got their gameplay leaked. Main push DPS. It's like a Casterus doing badly, bro. She's basically a Casterus or a Phynon, bro. That's what she was meant to be. Why do you spell it like that? Because there's this thing called fucking caps lock, bro. The fuck? It's like, you already know the answer to that question. I caps lock all when I wrote it, and I didn't care enough because the capitalization doesn't matter. Like, bro, the fact that you guys pointed that out means that I think you guys would correct it. Oh my gosh. I had caps lock on when I was searching for something. Oh, I better make sure the search engine doesn't get confused. Let me go fix that typo. Are you retarded? Like, I know 100%. So, I bet some of you guys would have retyped that. You're the retard. You think the search engine cares? You think it's going to give you different results because you had caps lock on? Imagine wasting your time doing that. Imagine wasting your time correcting that, because I know you would, because you pointed it out. Yep, if you pointed it out, you would have rewritten it. Because you care about it that much. You cared enough to point it out, you would have rewritten it. And this is the thing, guys. You typing in caps lock in my chat shows that you didn't get what I was saying, because I'm not a search engine, I'm a person. There's a person reading your messages now, not a search engine. So the fact that you're equating a person to a search engine by doing this, you're just proving you're stupid again. Damn, you guys like own gold yourself twice. Guys, if you're wondering, oh, Saint just so toxic to his chat. Basically, I said you're retarded if you type in caps lock in my chat, and like 30 people are voluntarily doing it. Like, knowing that I just said that. So, like, they like being called stupid. Okay? Like, don't fucking blame me because people, like weird things, bro. That's not my fucking fault. Go blame the weirdos. Why the fuck are you blaming me? They like this. That's why they're doing it. I said you're retarded if you do this, and they keep doing it. So, like, they like being stupid. What do you want me to fucking say? Wait, why are you blaming me for what they like? Yang Yang Resonator Showcase got like 4.3 million views. You know those are played as ads, right? So the one thing that gets played as an ad has a lot of views, and then everything else has no views. Oh, okay. I'll add that as a bonus thing for the video, just in case there's somebody that thinks they're going to be like a little bit smart and point it out. Sure, why not? Yeah, there's probably going to be somebody out there that has no idea how that mechanic works. All right. One last thing that I want to mention on the topic of viewership is this simple idea over here of ads. A lot of individuals will say, oh my gosh, Yang Yang's Resonator Showcase had 4.3 million views. It was really popular, Saint. This gets played as an ad in front of videos. That's why there's so many. And you're going to notice that every fucking Resonator Showcase has an equally large amount of like fucking millions of views. But you got to ask yourself this question. Why does Yang Yang's have the most? And the reason for this is very simple. They're doing a fuck ton of advertising then. She has some of the highest views on her video, right? Hiyuki had a bunch of views as well. But guys, they were both used as advertising during a big patch during a certain part of the year. And like, this is the thing. Yang Yang still has the lowest numbers across every other type of media. So what you're seeing is that Kuro's spending more on ads for Yang Yang, and she's getting less views than everybody else as well, while also getting more ads spent on her. So again, it's just more of high input, low output, low return on investment for this unit. And that's another instance of it. Hiyuki, on the other hand, if you spent a lot on the marketing for this character, well, guess what? You got a good return on investment, because this unit made a fuck ton of money and was very popular. She's not. Alrighty. Now we got the 3.6 leak situation. What was this video? Okay, no, that was the, Cool, cool, cool. Cool, cool, cool. Where's the leaks? Nah, with the situation about the lack of leaks. Yeah, no, that's what the situation is about. It's about the lack of official leaks. All right. What the fuck else was I about to do? All right. Maybe we should see. I know Kaiser said something about the HP inflation stuff in my DM. I'm about to check that out in a second. I don't want to look at numbers just yet. Yeah, I don't. Oh, shit. Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, I forgot to do 2 of my TOA floors. Oh, shit. I don't really care. Anyways, I still have the middle floor unlocked. We're good. Okay, so this is the only floor that I, like, play anyway, so it doesn't really matter. I did mine, like, 2 hours ago. Guys, this is the thing. Guys, this is the thing. I forget to do the side towers sometimes. Because I don't care. Because I don't care. I guess this is the thing. That just shows you that I'm engaging with the game at a healthy level, that I don't care. Most people should strive for that, I think. Yeah, you should strive to be at the level where you don't care about that as little as I do. You know that, right? That's healthy, right? I'm just exhibiting healthy gameplay consumption while you guys are kind of schizoing out. Kind of cope, but kind of true. It's just true. Come on. Wait a second. This is the gorilla, right? Gian can't even be played here. Yeah, no, this is the... Hey, let's see how he does, bro. Yeah, totally not getting our ass beat, bro.
Fury boils as you burn to ashes. Let's do this another way. For battle. Stop.
From the heart.
Damn, resistance is tough, bro. I'm not gonna lie, resistance is tough, man. Yeah, that's not good. Yeah, resistance is tough, man. Yeah, it just looks like he's not playable in anything here. Damn, that's unfortunate. Damn, he's just straight up not playable, bro. Gosh almighty, man. Man, that's some bullshit. All right, let's see how a Giga invested new Curson does. Yeah, Giga invested new Curson.
Command mode engaged. Leave it to me. Processing the stars. Hear my queries. Is it my turn? Lend me your hand.
He has a SIG? Yeah, he's got a SIG.
Pity me. Take a bite. Radiant, no more.
Immediate procedure. Modality switch. That takes hold. Game over. Accurate prediction. Reconstruction. Blink. I deliver. Merciful death.
Assuming master control.
I mean, that's pretty good. Yeah, it looks like a solid like 2.5er.
Is it my turn? Please don't.
Yeah, it's like a 2.5 rotationer. Yeah.
Vanish. Ashes to ashes.
Nice change of view. Dissection, return to silence. My scalpel. Your epitaph.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, that's basically... He's not... Yeah, he doesn't even get close to a third one.
Authorizing maximum output. Is it my turn?
Like, she's almost dead here on the Denya setup. Yeah, no, straight up. No, that is crazy. He basically, he used like 3 attacks. Yeah, that's like, I consider that like fucking 2.4 rotations, man. That was like 2.3 or some shit like that. So, yeah, no, it's just, I think everybody can unilaterally say they fixed floors 1 and 2. Good job. It doesn't give me cancer anymore. Great. Lampy Lumen's not gonna cock block people from fucking getting the rest of the asteroid.
Gotcha. Command mode engaged. Leave it to me. Attack confirmed. Stars, hear my queries. Is that my turn? Not yet. Please don't. Look at me. Take a bite. Ashes to ashes.
Immediate precision. Game over. Hunting sucks. Vessel slave been tuned and killed. I bestow eternal peace.
Assuming master control.
Bro, he's about to 2-rotate this hoe.
Constitution initiating criticality protocol.
Yeah, he might 2-rotate this.
Is it my turn? Please don't. Forgive me. Revolver. End.
Spreading the pains you want. Now is it. Things exposed. Nice change of view. Blink.
Oh, he 2-rotates it. He didn't even get the hold off. Wait, what? That's a sub 1 minute clear. And he didn't even use the last ult. Wait, the HP has to be like nothing on that second stage. This thing actually has to actually have no HP. What the fuck? Anyways, that was yeah, bro looks juiced up, bro. All right, now we gotta see. All right, can are we able to handle this now? Is this possible? Can we be a capital G gamer with this one?
I have experiments underway.
Can we be a capital G gamer with this one? Let's see over here. Let's see over here. This is gonna be a true challenge.
Modulation.
Fury boils. Silence. Let's do this wide open. Fear no more.
Okay, well, that's not very good, is it? Yeah, no, these guys are kind of separated. That's not very good. Yeah, no, these guys aren't very good.
Fury boils. Burn to ashes. Let's do this another way. Unstoppable.
All right, here we go.
Ordained.
As you wish.
In war with time.
Let's do this. You're wide open.
Oh, come on, Gian, get him!
Vow from the soul. I engraft renew. Loading.
Fury boils.
Ah, how is he not full yet?
Let's do this. Ready for battle. Stop. Don't you worry.
Bro, how is this guy, like, so annoying? How is this guy so annoying?
Fury boils. Silence. Let's do this wide open. Fear no more.
Oath from the heart.
Yeah, honestly, into the 50% attribute resistance. Yeah, no, we were a little bit adventurous, weren't we?
War with time.
Yeah, into 15%.
Fury boils.
That's a little bit adventurous.
Let's do this for battle. Stop.
I mean, honestly, it's not disgustingly far away, but yeah, no, it's definitely wish you could get some better results here, but yeah, it's just that 15% attribute resistance is the worst thing ever.
Feel my wrath.
Right? I think we can all just agree, yeah, that shit is just bad, bro.
Fear no more.
Wait, where is he?
Oath from the
Yeah, if he didn't have the 15%, I think we could kill them. That's the part that I'm just like miffed by. It's just, bro, if you have the 15%, you murder them. Wait, you know, okay, obviously we can just run our mono arrow team and it's just gonna dumpster this, right? Because Chakota's gonna be here to remove the all attribute rest, and then we just cakewalking this. Truly.
Let the show begin. Now watch closely. Taste my resolve. On you go. Well, at my strength. Causality.
Ready for battle. Stop.
Bro, why is the deer separating, man?
Thanks for watching. Listen. The true
Hey, it doesn't really matter that much. We've got people that can pick them off.
Answer my call. Face me. Face my mark. Face
You're wide open.
reveal.
Fear no more.
Here we go.
Thanks for watching. A grand overkill. Now presenting a pool of finesse.
Here we go. Okay. That should be getting him here.
On you go.
All right. You know, surely you can hit this guy, right? Boom. Okay, you missed.
Well, at my strength. Future.
Ready for battle. Stop.
Here we go. She didn't miss that one.
You're wide open. Fear no more.
Wait, I fucked up. No.
The moon is full.
Ready for battle, Sunstock.
My turn to watch.
All right, so like that is just how much easier it is with that. So like, this is the unfortunate. He is truly one of the only units in the game that can still comfortably clear as a 1.x character. Really no other 1.x characters can comfortably clear except for like this guy and I think this bitch. Like it's really just Jian and Chang Li. I'm not even joking. Imagine that that's how the meta has evolved, where Jian and Chang Li are like still the best 1.x characters, and they've been since 2.0. Yeah, they've just been since 2.0. Zhang Li, guys, I think that these teams do better than Zhang Liao with Mornier and Lene. All right, this is kind of like a hard team to get done properly. Like, I ran out of time here. Like, I didn't get Lupa's enhanced intro. This team ain't removing the 15%? No, it's not. Yeah, I don't know, bro. I feel like this is not really helping out that much. Maybe I need to try like a either... Yeah, I think just the 1, 2, 3 is just better in most situations with this. Yeah, I don't know. The time on this is really bad. Yeah, I think the double anchor is truly only worth it if you're going to be like... The double anchor is only worth it if you're going to be doing like swapping over to Chang Li as well to like build up her forte. Otherwise, I think it's just way too much of a disaster. Yeah, just do a 1, 2, 3 like 99% of the time. Basically, unless you're going to go out to Chang Li and then basically like build up her forte as well during that, it's... Nah, I don't think it's like... I don't think there's a point to it. So it barely clears. I still need to see what it looks like when we like actually just do like regular stuff. And, like, that's how much damage it does when you just, like, do 1, 2, 3. So it's kind of just like, yeah. Oh, I don't know why I paused there. Okay. Missed that crit there, unfortunately. That was a fucking bomb there, bro. Holy shit. Yeah, honestly, is not having the 50% resistance enough for this shit? Yeah, I don't. Maybe this. I'm surprised this can't clear. I don't know, bro. Yeah, I think this is... I think it's just... This is all the 15% attribute resistance, bro. This is insane. Bro, the attribute resistance is actually insane. That's crazy how much that can do, bro. Yeah, it feels like that's the only thing preventing Tease from clearing. Yeah, I think that's the only thing preventing the floors from clearing. Very, very, very unfortunate. Very, very, very unfortunate. Yeah, no, because, I mean, yeah, she only has 70% crit rate, but I still think this is pretty good investment overall on the characters. Like, this should probably be clearing, right? Yeah, no, the 50% all attribute res is just, yeah, no, it just cockblocks all these teams. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah, that is unfortunate, bro. Can you try cart? Cart should be okay because this is the thing. How about you fucking go play cart, bro? Like, cart is a like almost 1.5-year-old character. What the fuck do you mean? Go play her yourself. Like, bro, she came out in 2025. Like, fucking May of 2025. What do you mean? What? You don't have her yet? You still need a gameplay demo? Or you say she can't clear? Are you saying it's because you can't clear with cart? How can you not clear with cart? She's a negative status character. Alright. We'll try it out, and if it's, like, actually easy, and, like, there's just something wrong with you, I'll make sure to point that out. Yeah, there's probably just something wrong with you, so let's go find out what's wrong with you. Oh my god. Oh, you know what? I have rejuvenating glow on Chisa, but I don't care. What?
Silence beckons. Till the doom. My blade. Purge all evil.
I am nothingness. Deconstructed. Down to the light. Structural collapse. Connection severed.
Yeah, I kind of fucked that up there. I'm trying new things, boys. I'm trying new things, boys.
Trio of destiny.
But I guess this is the thing. I'm goofing around, and it looks like we're doing just fine.
True form.
Revealed at last.
I rise and crush.
Ruin is
Windstorm. Sweep all away. Lifeline blocked. A pivotal moment. Tether snap. Big energy. Break apart. Watching.
Bro, where's my ER?
Presenting a poem of finale. Collapse. Such a purge the impure. Oceans.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. How did you not clear with this team? Are you just like no idea what you're doing or what? I'm just like, what did you do wrong?
split the heavens.
Come. Meet your end.
Like, I have the wrong set on my Chisa, by the way. And I was goofing around with quick swap at the start.
Cutting through the numbers.
Bro, and I'm like missing all my ER on this bitch too.
The trio of destiny.
Oh my god. Bro, I'm actually griefing here. Like,
Such is that true form.
I'm actually griefing here.
Revealed at last. Atonement. Torrents. Rage on.
Like, no, you could actually just goof around with this team. You don't even need to play seriously. I was just fucking around that entire clear. Like, bro, I was actually just joking around half the time there. Like, that last rotation was done without a Chakota ult. And, like, I don't even think we benefit from this one either, because I think this only applies to Chisa. Yeah, I think this only applies to Chisa. The 40% additional damage. So it's like, that's just all like... Yeah, so like, I don't really see what the... Again, having 15% all attribute resistance reduction from having a simple negative status makes this shit giga easy. Like, I am truly being honest. Anyone that does negative status damage just fucks both these bosses. Super hard. Like, oh my god, like, it's ridiculous. Wait, is she on echo mode? Like it is. Yeah, that's just what it is right now in the TOA. It's like, okay, do you have a negative status or a tuned character? Great. Run Lene or like run one of the DP, and it's fucking easy.
I am nothingness.
And I guess that's the part that I don't really like so much, is that like, why is it so easy?
Structural integrity intact.
And then why is it so hard even for like a very well-invested mono fusion team? And like, bro, what are Zani's even doing right now? Bro, this guy's just smacking. He's just smacking my party, bro.
May the sakura incinerate. Burn this self away. Come, meet your end. Flicker it. Connection scattered. Scattered memories.
Bro, this is crazy.
A life as fleeting as the first sleep. This one. Prepared for this, have you not? Roam above the infernal, gazing at the snow. A pivotal.
Bro, that guy was frozen for like 2 centuries.
Illusions of the past. Step forward. I witness the edge. You can trust me. You have run. Take your final dive into none.
Oh shit, I messed up. Whoopsies. I forgot her heavy attack. Yeah, I have too much ER on the character, so it's like I had too much ER. You know what I'm talking about, right? Where it's like usually you get your ER back after the heavy attack, and then you do it that way, right? But this team just like generates so much energy. She always has it up at 120. It's weird how much the energy the team generates. You know what I mean? Like, you wait for Carlotta's heavy attack, right? To, like, get her ult. But this team generates too much. Like, look, my ult's almost already ready. Like, by the time I'm done with my Yais, it's done. Oh, that doesn't really matter anyways, does it? So there you go. Boom. Yeah, I mean, it's just... You just got... There's not particularly much to it. If you have a negative status unit, you will butt fuck it. And I think the biggest thing is that, bro, I'm pretty sure I just put in... I just put in Gian here. That's just easy, right? Because I know floor 4 is the one that, like, I guess people are struggling on. Yeah, we just put in Gian here. It's easy, right? Let's see what time this is. How's it compared to a Hiyuki? Okay, this was a diabolical roster setup. I don't know why I did that. Yeah, no, that's fucking disgusting. Let me go fix that up real fast. I don't know what the fuck that was. I'm like breaking my own rules with that one. All right, let's see it. Damn, she got beat up there. All right. All right, that was kind of long, but like I was trying not to get my ass beat, so we'll figure it out.
The moon is full. You dare test me. Be insolent. Be my bird.
Ready for battle.
Dude, this guy is like a killer, bro. Bro, that seems like a lot of damage. Wait, that actually seems like a meaningful amount of damage.
Answer my call. Well, at my strength. Causality
You're wide open.
overturned.
Fear no more.
Thanks for watching. A grand overthrow. Now presenting a poem of finale. I'll indulge you. On you go. Taste my
Whoa, no feet today, boys.
Ready for battle. Unstoppable.
Yo, you want to stop running away, bro?
watching. A grand overture. Listen, the trio.
Bro, he's a blinker, bro. He's fucking blinking everywhere, bro. He's like fucking anti-mage, bro.
The moon is full. Fate on my mark.
You're wide open.
Revealed.
Fear no more.
Bro, stop blinking, man. Bro, he's about to do it again.
Now presenting a poem of finale with style and grace. Taste my resolve. Causality
Ready for battle.
overturned.
Unstoppable.
All right, so honestly, he was like not hittable for like 90% of the rotation. Yeah, he was like not hittable for 90% of the rotation. So like honestly, if we were able to just hit him properly, I think we cleared that significantly earlier. Maybe like up to 10 seconds earlier if that guy could just be fucking hit. Guys, basically, with that, you can like beat some of the worst boss matchups for that guy in the game because you have the 15%. It's not there anymore. So yeah, basically it's this. If you don't have a way to get rid of this, you're having a rough time. If you can, it's pretty easy to... if you have a built team, it shouldn't be that hard. And the thing is, it's really easy to get rid of this. So I think that's why nobody really has any issues with the reset at all, because you kind of have to have a character by now that can handle it, because that would just... to not have one means you have skipped all of 3.x. Which is like, if you haven't pulled a unit since 2.7, sure, right? If you haven't pulled a single unit since 2.7, right? And it's only been reruns ever since, you might be in for a rough time. Or you're a returning player. Well, I guess this is the thing with a returning player, right? Is that who on banner would even get... like, are you just not going to pull anybody as a returning player? Because, like, all these characters get rid of it. Like, all 3 characters get rid of it. So, like, if you're just gonna return and pull nobody, then that means you're also pulling nobody. Because you can just return and pull a single unit this patch and they're taken care of. You know what I mean? It's just, like... it feels like the loosest restriction ever. That's why nobody really cares about it that much. It sucks, but, like... It can't... You can't miss the clear unless you intentionally choose to miss it at this point. And it sucks that you can't play everybody that you want, but it's like, damn, there's a lot of characters you can play anyways. Because it's just a dumb restriction. Basically, it's like, if your unit was released after 2.4, the resistance is removed. That's just what it reads. If your unit's older than 2.4, the resistance is gone. Great. Like, that's... What about everybody? Like, I get that, but it's just pointless. I just think it's the most useless one they put in yet. I get how it drives the spending, but, like, doesn't make sense with the banner. All right. You know what? How about we make a video regarding that? Let me go ahead. Let's get Kaiser going. Now that I've had the chance to play everything. Wait, Kaiser, what the fuck is this? Did you even send me shit? Wuwa HP inflation tracking. Oh, right. Okay. He added some of the values. Do you have, like, the neat little graphics that, like, those other guys were, like, making? Like the neat little graphics where they just show, like, the from to? Like, I just want to see what it was last reset and then what it is this reset in numerical things. Kaiser, yeah, this is the feedback I'm going to give you right now. We got to work on better data visualization. Because the way that we're visualizing this is, like, it's kind of only made for people that are like, hey, you got to go find somebody that knows how to read a double axis chart. Do you think that there's any person in the gacha space that actually knows how to read a double axis chart? I know how to read them because I'm not retarded, but, like... I mean, it looks good. Isn't it easy to read them? No, it's that the point is the average gacha player is too stupid to know how to read this properly. So it's like that's why the Chinese ones that get put out, right, are kind of like, in my opinion, more effective. Because they just have the last reset, all the HP was blank. And now here's the HP this reset, blank. Right, and it's very, and then you just put, and then you just, like, what's it called? You know what, I'm gonna fucking do it right now. I'm gonna do it right. I'm gonna show you how easy it is, Kaiser. All right, you ready for this? All right. What the? You know what? I need to go see. Okay, TOA level 100 data mine. Okay, equals last reset. Motherfucker, bro. This little bitch over here made his spreadsheet view only. Okay, I'll make a copy then, bitch. You gotta make a copy then, bitch. Yeah, I'm stealing your stuff. How does that make you feel? You mad? I'm stealing your information, brother. All right. What the hell is that? Oh god. Okay. That is gonna equal to wave 1 caught. You know what the fuck is this? Equals floor 1 wave 1. Floor 1 wave 1. Okay, how about that? Wave 1 cost? What the hell? Where's the fucking total? Oh, you know what? You know what? How about this? We're just gonna do this. Floor 1 wave 1 equals floor 2 total equals floor 3 total. Where's the floor 3 total? Equals where's the floor 4 total? Oh my fucking god. Okay, I see what's going on over here. Equals okay, reset -1 current reset. All right, this one's just gonna equal that, and that's gonna equal G40. Okay, that's gonna equal. And then I should be able to paste this just like right over here. Oh, yeah, that should get it. Floor 2 Delta round 1. Wait, is that hard-coded in? No, that's G44. Why are the HP numbers exactly the same, Kaiser? Wait, Kaiser, why are the HP numbers exactly the same here? So you're telling me the floor 1 reset has the same amount of HP as the last... That's not right, right? The HP is the same? You're telling me the HP did not change? What? Then why is everything dying so much faster? Seriously? Maybe the buffs are good? Kaiser tried saying so when you made the vid yesterday? I don't know about that one, bro. It literally does. It literally, you're actually getting better times though. Like, guys, I was playing with like I remember I was playing with like invested shit. It was getting nowhere close. Yeah, I remember it was getting like fucking nowhere close. Then the TOA video is clickbait? I mean, well, I guess this is the thing. Maybe they reduced defense? Clear floor 1 and 2 with Jinsei, Verena, Yinlin. I mean, that's the thing, bro. Wait, okay, let me just see floor 1 again. You know, I just need to see how a Camellia team does. Yeah, we need to go see how a classic good old Camellia team does for some testing real fast. Yeah, where's my naked Sanhua? Alright, here we go. Where's my naked Sanhua?
I should try to smile more, you say.
I remember we were doing some fucking work, bro. I remember we were doing some fucking work with this team to clear. Right? Like, y'all remember the journey to clearing with this team, right? Bro, we almost died. Bro, we almost died trying to clear with this team, right? It was the hardest shit ever.
Lotus pervade.
I am graft near you. Loading. Stay behind me.
Reborn from ancient roots. Feed my blossoms, self-deceivers.
Also had the basic attack damage bonus last reset? Yeah. Wait, is my Camellia have her weapon on? Why did I only crit for 100 on Ephemeral? Bro, I don't think this Camellia has a weapon on. No, she's missing something. No, her Ephemeral crit for 100. That's not okay. Like, I saw that and I was like, wait. How much did my ult hit for then if it was that little? What happened there? Wait, what the fuck? Didn't I not select her? Dude, I'm getting, like, lost in my menus, bro. Why is Bellboard on SK? Honestly, I put it on for a video and I just forgot to take it off. There's functionally not really a difference between the two. I'm gonna be honest with you. Oh, was it because I needed ER and, like, my cheese is using some shit? I don't even fucking care, bro. Like, it doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter, bro. Alright, what is my Camellia not on right now? Oh, she's on red... Oh, that makes a ton of sense. Oh, she's missing, like, all of her clothing. Okay. Yeah, that's not good. Yeah, oh, okay. Yeah, missing a 1 cost over there. Yeah, that's not good. We need to get some pieces on her. Hey, what if we just roll an upgrade right now? Yeah, what if we just roll an upgrade right now? Yeah, what if we just roll an upgrade right now? Yeah, never mind. Let's retry. Yeah, I'm rolling Camellia pieces in July 2026. Does that make you upset? Yeah, did that piss you off? Ooh. Ooh, what if we go roll double? Yeah, no, there's no point. All right. Anyways, let's get started with this again.
Frozen blockade. War with time. Don't run. Keep the dance going.
Oh my god, I forgot. This is the issue with going double intro Camellia. It is one of the most annoying playstyles, like, in the fucking game for one main reason. Because if you dodge, GG. How much damage did that do? Why am I on Dreamless? What the? I was on Dreamless? Why the hell did she have Dreamless? Bro, it's been like 10 years since I think anyone saw that Echo.
Would you like a
What the
fun
fuck?
game between the two of us?
Get that shit out of here. Oh, I have a lot of Havoc Eclipse Growlses. Bro, I don't even know what went on with that Camellia. She was like a fucking massive work in progress, bro. You tore her apart for end state. Why do you gotta word it like that?
Frozen blockade. Astral modulation. Loading. Reborn from ancient roots. Struggle harder. Entertain me. That's fun. Oh,
Why did this feel like it's not? I mean, that was actually a really fast rotation, though, but wait a second.
I am graft you knew. Loading. Stay behind.
Wait, where's my concerto? Did the ephemeral get canceled by the ult? Maybe that's what it was. I think I was canceling my own ephemeral because I was trying to do some cool shit. I think I canceled it. Yeah, I thought you could get better timing on it. I was like, wait, no, ephemeral definitely didn't go off then.
Frozen blockade. War with time.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did. I was like, huh.
Reborn from ancient roots. Feed my blossoms, self-deceivers. Crimson blossom.
Bro, why is my ult only hitting like 64k?
That's fun. Or den.
Like frigid death.
Take astral modulation.
Wait, why is she? Wait, is she bugged or like?
Grab a budding seed.
Every other character's like on my account is like doing more damage than her, bro.
Don't run. Keep the dance going. Crafting, suffer. That's fun.
Wait, something feels off about her.
War with time. Loading.
Stay behind. Frozen blockade.
I don't know. Is this normal?
Grab a budding seed.
No, I think this is worse than the last reset. I think there's something wrong with my Camellia.
Entertain me. Vitality, show it. Let's have fun. Ordained.
Is there something wrong with her?
Astral modulation.
Why is she hitting so fucking low?
Stay behind. Shackles be gone.
Because, like, this is the thing. I don't even think this is like a... Okay. Okay. I know we're getting no buff, but I feel like she always hits more than this. What the fuck happened to her?
Would you like a fun game between the
Is there something, like, not active or what? Is there something wrong with the Sanhua? No, Moonlit Clouds is active and stuff, and so is the hair. What the fuck? Is the Shorekeeper broke?
I am here to serve.
Why is that shit doing like 200k on Ephemeral? Wait, why is that shit hitting like 200k on Ephemeral? Huh. That's it. I don't like wait a second. I guess this is the thing then. It always hits for like 300k. I need to see over here. What is like my previous Camellia been? I need to like I need to do some research right now. I need to do some research right now, bro. What were we hitting in this reset? Oh, okay, never mind. Well, I need to see. Okay, like this team over here, bro. This team was uninterrupted. This is what I mean. There's no way it's the same reset if Kart's team is getting like a fucking 30. Okay, like I could have done a bit of a better job there, right? Bro, Kart's team was clearing with 15 seconds left on this reset, bro. But yeah, bro, is it truly that level of bullshit? And we got floor 1 Zani, bro. I don't know, man. That's intro. Okay, all right. Like, this is where the Galbraith team was clearing, realistically, right? We did miss a couple. Oh, I think this will be. Oh, wait, no, there's a fusion damage bonus, though. Yeah, I guess she missed her ultimate, too. Bro, it's like so many teams were doing giga bad. Try a team that was neutral on both. The Arrow one was neutral on both. That was a little bit rough. Luke, Galbraith, all of these characters are fusion. Trial Zhangli, yeah. You might need 4 rotations in this. I don't think that's going to be... No. We could... Teams, unless... Hey, yeah. 2 rotations over here, bro. This guy is, like, actually not even... Bro, you might need 4 rotations in this team. The Camellia run was on a different video. Let me... I need to do some review now, bro. This is interesting. Is there a recent gameplay video that we did? There must be a recent gameplay video that we did, like a 1.x one. The 1.x situation is bad. No. Oh, they're done. Oh, no, this was a popular one, bro. I think in this video we tried out like all of them. We were able to get off all the damage. Was this floor 4 though? No, I think this was a different floor. I couldn't clear the Monkey with Zoni. Why would you not be able to clear it with Zoni? Wait, you know what, Zani? It might actually be a neutral team for this reset. Now that I'm thinking about it, she might actually be neutral because she had a heavy attack damage bonus last reset. Oh god, now we go play this shit. Oh god.
Anything I can help
Why does she have
you
20% crit rate? Yeah, why is her crit rate so low? Oh, right. Bro, wait, where are all my pieces? Ooh, sorry, Lucy. Alright. Alright, we got Zodi over there with... Oh, God. Oh, God.
It will be a fine day.
I'm not excited for this.
Astral modulation.
My shield can withstand more than that.
Be my salvation. Loading. Sentinel protection. Leave it to me.
I realized I fucked up so bad by canceling her auto attack or canceling her heavy attack, and I was like, oh yeah, we can't do this anymore, can we?
In war with time. Ha. Loading. Sentinel protection. Pain is my
Bro, how did that bitch not parry that with her laser? The third hit of her basic is the one that parries, and she didn't parry that. What? What the hell was that, bro? Her laser was literally out there. What do you mean that didn't parry?
loading.
My shield can withstand more than that.
I am
Oh,
not
God.
immune. Diminish. Sentinel protection. Quickly. Give me strength. Shielding others.
Again? Dude! Those are the only attacks she can parry within her fucking kit. Why are they not parrying, bro?
My shield can withstand more
Astral
than that.
modulation.
Her heavy can parry, bro. But what do you mean her heavy can parry? Yes, that's like the big part of her kit.
In the name of
Okay, we got it there, but like I was not expecting to actually get it there. Yeah, I there you go. There's the proof. That's how ridiculous the timing has been, bro. We were somehow missing that. Don't get that. Wait, did her absolution get fucking or her confession mode got canceled, but she still went into it?
in war with time. Loading. Sentinel protection. Over.
All right.
My salvation. Power of the sentinel.
I don't have all day.
Don't stand in my way.
My shield can withstand more than that.
No, this just looks like a nice, like 2.5, maybe 3 rotationer.
I am grafted.
Maybe. Potentially, who knows?
Loading. Sentinel protection. Give me strength. Power of the sentinel.
No problem. All yours. I can spell a minute. Knock some heads around. My shield can withstand more than that. Now I have a rebellion.
No, literally, it just looks like literally what I said it was going to be. Are you guys retarded?
Stay calm.
Wait, how are you not able to clear with this?
Modulation. Loading. Sentinel protection.
Yes? Oh, that explains it.
Be my salvation. Power of the Sentinel.
My shield can withstand more than that.
All yours. All of you at once. I don't
Like, yeah, no, this is what I mean, is that Zombies are clearing with 1, 2, 3s. In 3 rotations.
Ordained.
So it's like, I don't know. It feels better than the last reset to me because, guys, this is the shill, right? But that's comparable to Zani's last shill, last reset, where she got like 25% crit damage and 40% heavy attack. Right? She had 25% crit damage and 40% heavy attack in the last reset. And then... yeah, no, I don't know. I feel like I'm being gaslit by the game, bro. I feel like I'm being gaslit by the fucking game. That's what it feels like. And then, what did she get when we ran her on Hotoki's account?
Just a scratch.
Bro! All of his attacks end up looking the fucking same because he like jump up and he'll have like Tomb Break. We got a worse clear time. And so you might be like saving, right, an animation or two. This is what I mean. I feel like just in practice. Here, for example, right? This one feels better for everybody that plays it. Look at where this Zani's clearing. We cleared it in 3 rotations, easy, no problem. This one's going all the way to fucking what's it called?
Oh, from the
Like, we got a literal 12-second improvement with a technically worse... I don't know, man. I guess that's the thing that's just confusing to me. I don't know how the HP numbers are supposed to be the same. That's, I guess, because I feel like to everybody, everything feels better. Because, guys, last reset, you had 25% crit damage plus 40% heavy attack. This reset, you have 10% spectral res and then 30% spectral damage. I feel like that is somewhat of like a comparable buff. Like, I wouldn't expect there to be this much of a difference between them at all. Tomb Break 30% attack. So, let's not talk about shit then when we can't read. Does that sound good, guys? Let's not talk about shit when we don't know how to fucking read. Because, like, inflicting Toon Strain gives you 30%. Does anyone on the does Zani inflict Toon Strain? Or does Zani inflict any Toon debuff? Does she inflict Rupture? Does she inflict Strain? No, Zani doesn't do that, so she doesn't get this 30% attack. Literally, all she's getting is 30% spectral damage and minus 10%. And the clear time is so much faster than with 25% crit damage and 40% heavy attack. It's insane. And I guess that's what it is. Maybe the HP numbers are the same. Doesn't matter. It truly does not matter if the HP numbers are the same. They did something to make this way easier. And that essentially accomplishes the same exact thing as, like, HP deflation. People's times to clear this stage are... They're getting, like, 10 extra seconds. 10, 15, 20 extra seconds to clear it compared to before. Or it just seems like that. So, yeah. Everyone's clearing it way better than they were last time, so... maybe we'll find out what the actual source of it is. Okay. All right. Now that we've fully uncovered everything, it's time for us to actually have a bit of a more, well, unfortunate conversation regarding some of the stuff over here. Let's get this started. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are back at it again, and of course, we're back at it with another discussion regarding Wuthering Waves' endgame. And this is going to be a discussion over here that's meant to be a little bit more productive. Because naturally, right, the endgame has seen a lot of improvements. The tower adversity in the most recent reset, right? We're seeing the return of enemies like the Mech Abomination, right? Enemies like the Phalian Baringal. And when people's scores are getting, you know, they're getting way more extra time to be able to get their 3 Dorito clears, all of that, most of the player base is in a good mood, right? Because it's very clear that the developers have listened. They found out, okay, maybe people don't like facing the Nameless Explorer with like 4 million HP. So like, let's put him in floor 2 where he's a lot easier to handle, right? And stuff like that. And then of course, they kind of made a lot of the mobs easier to deal with. Specifically, putting in Space Trek Explorers instead of maybe, you know, 2 ways of reindeers. The reindeers are still there, but they feel like they don't move around as much. It's safe to say that this iteration of the TOA is one of the best ones that we've had in a long time. However, there's still a very big glaring issue that I wanted to talk about over here, and that is this debuff, or this buff, depending on how you view it. Enemies, all attribute resistance is increased by 15%. This effect is removed when the enemies are affected by negative statuses or tunability shifting. So basically, this is how this debuff works. If the enemy has all attribute resistance, you're dealing less damage to them. Sorry, I want to go turn off the music real fast. Let me go turn off my music real fast. It's kind of annoying. Wait, I didn't even know you could do it right from the menu like this. This is pretty cool. Hey, anyways, that's chill. So, getting back to this debuff. If enemies have all attribute resistance plus 15%, that means at a baseline, you're doing way less damage to them. And it gets to a point where, to be able to muscle through that all attribute 15%, you have to either be using a team that is filled with old units, like maybe a Gion, that have a couple of sequence nodes, or you gotta be using, like, the top of the meta, most premium team imaginable. Otherwise, you simply do not have the damage to clear. But this is the other alternative. You could just use a team that has negative statuses or some type of tune debuff. That could be Hack, that could be Rupture with Imeth, or that could, of course, be Strain with Luke Herson. And any of those characters that are able to enable any of these archetypes, they just remove that resistance. But why don't we just go ahead and take a look at the roster over here real fast? Let me tell you who is able to remove this debuff. And let me explain to you why removing that debuff is important. Because it's just this easy to understand, ladies and gentlemen. If that debuff is there, ladies and gentlemen, you have teams, right, that are able to get reasonably close to clearing. Let me give you an example of one. Sorry, just waiting for my Gion real fast. Here we go. Wait, that's not Gion. Here we go. This is us in floor 3 of the TOA, right? And this is something that, naturally, a lot of players will realize they're banging their head against the wall, trying to get this clear, because this is where you'll eventually go. The 50% all attribute resistance makes it so that you get to, like, the final boss, you'll get them, right, to maybe, like, 1/3 or 1/2 of their HP left, and then you're just out of time. And so it kind of just makes it a place where, unless you're able to get rid of that debuff, you just can't use these older units. But now let me go ahead and show you all of the units on the roster that do make units like this playable, that do get rid of the debuff. Let's check it out. They have to be able to apply negative statuses or a tunability shifting. So let's go through it. Quick setup. So here are the eligible characters. She removes it. 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 She doesn't remove it. He removes it. She removes it. Every single one of her teammates removes it, but she personally does it. She removes it. She removes it. He does it. She doesn't. She doesn't. She doesn't. She doesn't. She doesn't. She does. She does. So let's look at it this way. Imagine that we're only looking at characters from 2.8 and beyond. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 out of the last 12 characters remove this buff. by themselves. 10 out of the last 12 released units remove that buff. At this point, why is it even there if that many units that have just the last 12 units, 10 of them remove it? People are more likely to just use their newest units as well in the TOA, right? They're just way more likely to use those newer units too. And so when the end result kind of like is the characters people are using anyways are going to remove this buff, and people are more likely to use their newer characters because they're new and shiny, why is it even there? You're giving like an incentive to use all of these new characters when like people are going to be using them anyways, and you already got the incentives for characters like Yang Yang specifically down here. And I guess the take for me really is just this. What's the point in restricting so many of the other units on the roster in this fashion? Especially during a time, guys, where you're rerunning all the old units. Guys, you're rerunning every single one of these characters, and none of these units can interact well with that TOA. Like, every single one of these characters cannot get rid of the buff. And you want to know the only units that actually have teams that can make do with that? You got Zhang Liao, who can be used with Mornier, Lene, right? I guess technically a lot of these characters can be used with Lene. And then Jian's over here, he's got his Chakota Arrow team. And that's basically it. You have made it so that the only way there are only like 2 1.x characters that can actually meaningfully engage with that buff. And not like grief their teams or run some weird ass team comps in the process. It just doesn't make that much sense to me while this banner is live to have such a restrictive buff where it's kind of just like, yeah, you have no chance of running any of the units you pull from this in the TOA. Oh, and I forgot. You can't even use Zhang Liao anyways because all the enemies are fucking Electro. My bad. My bad. I didn't even realize that. My bad. Yeah, you can't even fucking use Zhang Liao. They're all Electro. Can't even use Augusta either, so I guess they're out of the equation. So realistically, Jian is actually the only character who has a meta-viable team in this bullshit. I think that's just a terrible climate. I think that's just like a terrible situation for 6 characters currently live on banner to be in. They're not actually usable in the end game, and only one character is. It's the male one. Kurio Games is gay. This is proof. Why is only the male character viable in the endgame? Because show me a Jinxie clearing this shit. Show me a Yinlin clearing this shit. Show me a Zhang Liao clearing this shit. Show me a Chang Li clearing this shit. They can't! And do you want to know what the most disgusting example of it is? Guys, it's not just these, like, older teams that are getting fucked over. You have some cult classics that actually just don't work anymore. Guys, this is what really got me fucked up. Look at the time on this Chang Li team. Holy shit. This doesn't clear anymore. Lupa Brant Chang Li doesn't clear anymore. Because they put in retarded the only reason why it can't clear is because of this. And there's just conveniently nobody on that team that can get rid of this debuff. Because, like, look. Look at where we end the stage. This is our last rotate. If that debuff isn't there, this clears. So this is the issue, right? As the HP increases, we are literally seeing teams get exiled out of viability when they were some of the best teams in the game before. And the end result now is that this has now become effectively a Zani team. The HP has gone to a level where this team can't clear baseline in floor 4 without quick swap. So it's a combination of HP going up and the 50% all attribute resistance. And is it good to have teams in the game where the only way they can clear is quick swap? No, it's not. But I think most people can say they're not going to blame Brant. They're not going to blame Chang Li. They're not going to blame Lupa for this. They're going to blame Kuro because they knew this shit was clearing real good back in the day. But now it can't because these buffs are stupid. This is stupid. Bro, 10 of the last 12 characters get rid of this shit. It's basically like, bro, this is just segregation. This is actually ageism. It's discrimination at this point. 10 of your last 12 units get rid of the debuff. This is basically just like, don't use anybody except the new units. Why? 10 of the last 12 of them already get rid of it. Why do you need the extra restrictions? What, you need more of an incentive to play new characters? Bro. Let's be real here. Do you need much more of an incentive to play the newer characters? Bro, no, you kind of don't, bro. They're good. Bro, they're strong. They're good. You'll just play them anyways. Do you need a 15% all attribute resistance? Do you need a 15% all attribute resistance handicap to force you to play these characters? No, they're all good. Bro, this is how many tier 0 units we have. Do we need more of a reason to play them? Kuro Games, you release strong characters and you don't like kick units out of viability. But guess what? What do you think's happening to your Unos, your Falovas, your Gal? What? The new units are already stronger. They already deal more damage at a baseline. Do you need the extra 15% to push them even more over the top? Because you know what this does? This just makes the power creep seem worse than it actually is. Because it doesn't matter what the actual power creep numbers are, right? If you're just basically told you can't use your older units, not because they don't deal enough damage, because we said they're not going to deal enough damage. This is basically just like adding a like minus 20% damage debuff to anybody that's not released after 2026. It's like, bro, if you weren't released after 2026, you deal less damage. Why? Because it's like the literal polar opposite of what they do in End State Matrix. Where instead the older characters get buffs to make them deal more damage. In TOA, you get debuffs to deal less damage if you're an older character. What the fuck? Why is it the polar opposite in this game mode? They're both endgames. Why does one tell you, fuck you if you use older units, and the other one tells you, you're beautiful if you use older units? The logic is not there. And the logic is especially not there when the old units are all live on banner right now. This is truly the most confusing thing I've ever seen a company do. Because the optics of it are like a joke. You make power creep seem worse than it is by literally nerfing old unit damage and then making every new unit literally do more. In TOA, you do the opposite in End State, and then all the old units that you're trying to monetize are on banner right now as you're actively nerfing them in the endgame. Bro, does this even make sense? Because this could maybe it's this. Maybe this is their true goal. It's to tell people not to pull on this banner. Because I have a retard in chat saying, so this means this current reverb banner is predatory. So this is the thing. Imagine that you see a product on sale. And you're told this product is not as good as the other ones. And the guys are explicitly telling you it's not as good as others. It's 10% off, but it's literally not as good as anything else. You can buy it if you want. If you choose to buy that, knowing that even the devs themselves are telling you they're not going to do well in the end game, because that's what that buff says, 1.x units are going to suck balls here, and you still pull, that's an IQ problem. Don't call it predatory because you're retarded. Bro, I can go out and do this. Guys, is me being able to buy all these is that predatory? No, this would make me retarded. This is the ability to do this isn't predatory. Me doing this simply means I'm a fucking retard. And guys, people drink shampoo. and die. What do you want me to say here, bro? I don't need to talk more on this topic. They drink there's warning bottles, there's warning on the bottles because people drank shampoo and died. You can't protect somebody from their own stupidity this much. And in the same sense, when every side is telling you not to pull these fucking units and you still decide to pull them, you can't complain about how weak they are. And in the same vein, though, it just makes me wonder, why did they even design everything like this? It truly makes no sense at all. And hopefully, you guys can understand why. Because yes, the endgame did get better, but like, it could have been better than this because you just removed that debuff, and then the endgame is better for everybody. It is what it is. Let me know what you all thought about this breakdown. Peace out. Yeah, I don't know, bro. It truly does not make a lot of sense. All right. All right. All right. If I drink shampoo, I can use Bubble Beam? Yeah, that's what kids in wheelchairs say. It's probably how Morny ended up like that. Guys, I'm gonna be real here. Hey, I'm gonna be real here. This is the true test of gacha content. We are right now in the challenging part of the patch. It's a rough time right now. We are in the challenging part of the patch where we got like 4 days until soy marketing. There's nothing going on, literally nothing going on, and like, oh my gosh, bro. I got photo event and vampire survivors. Dude, I have been trying to put this off for so long. That's why I'm making videos on basically anything else I possibly can, bro. Like, dude, like, I got the photo event and vampire survivors, bro. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. Not a lot of good on-stream content. I think that's what it is, bro. The content to do on-stream in this patch is kind of bad. Because if you don't do exploration on patch, what do you do? Because, like, guys, there are some people that don't even play the fucking endgame, bro. I might be one of the only people that plays the fucking endgame. What are other people even doing? Bro, I'm one of the only people that does the endgame. So, like, what do other people even fucking play? There's this shit, these two fucking things, and exploration and mid-picking? Oh, man. That's ref. That's ref. I need Virtual Crisis, bro. I need it immediately. Save me. Save me, bro. Oh, that's kind of cool. Oh, they got the little checklist. Ooh, dude, they're telling you what's coming up, too. You guys like my 2% exploration? Nah, I got PTSD from the quest. I got PTSD from the quest, that's why. It's just unfortunate, bro. It's just so unfortunate. Oh, by the way, I'm holding on to these. I held on to these as a souvenir. I just chose not to use this shit. I'm holding on to it as a literal souvenir. Why 4? I don't know. It's just, I didn't see the reason to use like 1 or 2 of them because like it was like, I was like, I don't want to do a 10 pull. I also don't want to do 3 singles. And so I was just like, I just left it. Because I was like, I didn't see the benefit of doing 3 singles. And it seemed like a waste of my time. Like, I would have to wait there, right? At least like 10 seconds to do 3 singles. And I was like, what's the upside of me doing 3 singles? It's like not there. So like I'm just not gonna do them. You know what I mean? Hey, is there somebody in YouTube begging for attention? Okay, wait, I'm gonna give you some attention then. Buddy, answer the chat. How about this? How about I make it so that you can't fucking chat, so you can't order me around like a fucking dog, bro? You talk to fucking people like that? Holy fucking shit. Go away, retard. Yo, you talk to people you don't fucking know like that? Jesus Christ. Acting like I have a responsibility to read your fucking messages in a chat of 800 people? Imagine, bro, being that self-centered when you're one of the most meaningless people on the fucking earth. Because at this point, you have to be to expect people to give you that much attention. You're probably not used to understanding how little you actually are as a person. Fucking Christ. He's not gonna do that again. Alright, what's it called? Let's keep going. I'm harsh in those situations so that people don't do that shit again. Hey, for those who come after. And you got my attention. You got your chat answered. Are you happy? Fucking annoying, bro. I think it's just such an absurd thing to imagine, bro. It's like your one message in an 800-person chat room didn't go read, and you feel like somebody has some obligation to, like, remember that shit from you. No, bitch, nobody owes you that fucking shit. Your expectations are so high, you need to get fucking real for a moment. Like, that shit was such an absurd expectation, it made me mad. Like, imagine even having that expectation in the first place. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, how were you raised to expect that? Just saying. Just saying. How did you get raised? Motherfucker was born with a spoon in their mouth, bro. They're definite. This is what I know for certain. That guy we just banned, 100% only child. 1,000,000% only child, bro. 1,000%. And you want to know who else I'm like 500% confident is an only child? Mr. Pokey and Genizad. I feel if they're not, I would be so surprised. I feel like I just know Mr. Pokey and Jenna are both only children. Like, straight up. They're either the youngest or only childs. 100%. 1,000,000%, bro. No doubt in my fucking mind. Like, bro, the amount of self-importance that they have and lack of consideration for other people, it's an only child thing. That's an issue. Only childs happen to really just not understand, oftentimes, just like how to interact with people. They're like really bad at it. It happens a lot because it's like, if you don't have like siblings growing up to sort of like check you on shit, you sometimes end up fucked up. It's a common trend that you see with a lot of people. Their expectations are way out of whack. Because, like, dude, how else do you explain that Kurofest shit and to talk about how much money you make? Like, bro, if your brother heard you say that, they'd punch you in the fucking face. Like, bro, if an older brother heard the shit Jenna was saying, he would have gotten smacked around. 1,000,000%. You already fucking know. Like, dude, the shit that comes out of Jenna's mouth, it would have gotten handled if he had an older brother. That's all I'm saying, bro. That is all I'm saying.
Oh, yeah, Kurofest. I spend more money than you.
You would have been called a fucking loser by your brother, bro. I'm just serious. Like, he would have told you to shut the fuck up. Like, you know what I mean, right? Like, you don't do that unless you're an only child. Like, yeah, you get a noogie, bro. I realize that's what they called it back in the day, but like I don't feel comfortable saying that word anymore. Yeah, no, if somebody's gonna call me rape, it's like when you take like your, you just go like that, but like, bro, like that sounds racist for some reason. You're not allowed to say it anymore. You know what? It's really easy to mess that one up. Like, bro, I'm scared to say enigma. That's just an actual word. It means mysterious or like unknowing. Like, bro, I'm just trying to play some Dota 2. You guys don't know that. You guys don't know that. Yeah, it's called a black hole. What? You know what? Never mind. I'm gonna stop that conversation there now that I think about it. Yeah, I'm gonna stop that conversation there. Sorry, that's a Dota 2 character, but it's like I realized it's maybe I should stop talking. Maybe I should stop naming off their skill abilities. Yeah, I might get canceled. Yeah, might get canceled. Alrighty, where are we at over here? Your channel. Watch later. Okay. All right. I think that. Wait. Now might finally be an opportunity, right? Now might finally be an opportunity for us to actually go ahead and take a look at that one ZZZ Wuwa combat video thing that's been saved for like a really fucking long time. So let me go see if I can get that pulled up real quick. Let me go see if I can get that pulled up real quick. And I know the concert has been posted as well. Bro, this shit is hella long, bro. Bro, I know it's been posted a bunch of bro, this shit is hella fucking long, bro. React to this shit for fucking 2 hours and 30 minutes. Bro, I don't know about that one, man. Yeah, that's rough. That's rough. Yeah, that's what. The ones interested in it already watched it. Yeah, this is the thing. Maybe if I watched it the day of, I'm just gonna be real here, bro. I don't know if I would watch anything for 2 hours and 30 minutes. I just think this isn't my fucking thing. Yeah. Hey, I think you're gonna have to go watch Mr. Pokey for a live reaction to this one, guys. Yeah, you guys might have to go to Mr. Pokey to watch his full 2 hour, 30-minute live reaction as he eats breakfast, lunch, and dinner during the stream. Yo, maybe I'll just Uber eat something. Yeah, I'll just Uber eat something and pretend I'm Mr. Pokey. And then react. That'd be funny. All right. I'm just going to preemptively put this one up to like 1.25, maybe potentially faster. It's kind of a long video. Let's get this one started. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are back at it with another video, and this time it's going to be a topic that I feel like a lot of people have not really thought about for a long time, because the rift between these two games, it grew once Wuthering Waves went into 2.0. Once January 2025 came out, Wuthering Waves took it kind of like a giant leap and just kind of left its competition behind. Competition here being namely Zenless Zone Zero. But somebody's decided to rehash some of the older talking points regarding the combat, the differences between those two games, and, well, ask the question, what's the difference between Wuwa and ZZZ anyway? And this is the thing. This is obviously a Wuwa content creator who has a rover profile picture. At least that's how they're approaching at a baseline. And when they only have this little subs, I don't think they're kind of like a brand name, but the video has a lot of likes and very little dislikes. And so when you have two gacha communities who, tribalistically, have not really liked each other too much, how did you manage to get everybody agreeing over here with this many views? Let's go ahead. Let's find out. See what points he has to make. See whether or not he's spitting and of course, give our takes to somebody that's experienced both of these games, and of course, has dropped one of them.
Two frontrunners of action combat in gacha games. One, commonly referred to as rotation slot, another once hailed as a left mouse button simulator. But from the outside looking in, they look much the same. 3 characters, swap between them, flashy units, flashier ults, resource bars, and timer-based endgame. Then you play them and they might feel similar at first, and then you learn them and they start to feel nothing alike. So let's dive into why these games are similar, why they're so different, and where they land in the overall action RPG space.
Okay, I think that's a pretty fair take to make, right? Because both games have kind of like, quote-unquote, evolved in their gameplay, but a lot of people can view some of the evolutions made specifically by ZZZ as ones that they didn't necessarily like too much. And I think the best example of one of the things that everybody doesn't really like is ZZZ's, I like to call this the condom health bar. That's a good way to encompass basically everything that's miasma and whatever this stupid-ass mechanic, you see it over here. Yeah, it's basically... so many bosses in this game will like have an HP bar and then they put this colored condom on it that you have to like break doing some dumb shit in game. And until you do that, they take no fucking damage. And the end result is it's like only certain characters are able to like break the condom. And if you don't bring the right character for this fight, the condom is staying on forever. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Is that like a fair breakdown of the situation?
What their flaws are, and how to solve them. Also that we can answer what should be a very simple question. What's the difference between Wuthering Waves and Zenless Zone Zero anyway?
The main point that I have over here is that the shilling and the restrictiveness is what sets the main two apart for me. And I think he's gonna get into some more technical stuff, so we'll let him spit for sure.
There's a way of describing action games, and really, games in general, which we're going to be using in this video, and that is player-sided versus enemy-sided. Player-sided encounters are the ones where the interesting decisions are about what you do. These exist in games based around the plans you create and your execution.
For example, a game where you can juggle people like a Super Smash Brothers, right? Or, God forbid, like a Street Fighter or something like that. That's very player input oriented. Right? Because you can theoretically, like, chain combo a motherfucker into, like, Infinity and Beyond and deal, like, 90 million% of their damage while they can't do anything. That's what I imagine they're kind of, like, talking about over here.
The enemies in these games aren't the focus, they're the target dummies of varying shapes that you get to beat up in all sorts of spectacular ways. Some games like this which you might be familiar with are Doom, DMC5, and Katana Zero. These are games where the combat is about making you feel powerful. Enemy-sided encounters, on the other hand, are ones where the decisions are forced on you by what the enemy does. Almost every meaningful decision you do is subject to the specific demands, gimmicks, or patterns of the enemy. By comparison, the player toolkit won't be too diverse or powerful. They'll have just enough to handle every enemy in the game, often focusing on a small range of defensive options to allow players to reliably interact with whatever nonsense it is that the difficult enemies are capable of. Games I'd say sit here are ones like the Dark Souls series, Undertale, and Everhood 2.
I think Dark Souls is probably going to be the easiest to understand example for a lot of people, right? You only have like a couple of attacks in that game, right? But they're very basic. They're really like basic, simple attacks. It got a little bit crazy in Elden Ring where they started introducing like weapon arts, and now you can like summon like a fucking, like a fucking sword and then throw like a fireball at people. Like, that's neat too, right? But that's still only like one move, right? That's like in the kit. And you have to end up playing so much differently in between bosses, even though you haven't changed your weapon.
And then there are ones which sit right in the middle. These games are exactly the kind that I personally like. If you've ever played a game where the hard fights feel like a fight between two equals, those exist right here. They're characterized by the interactions between your toolkit and the enemy moveset.
Unironically, card games are an example of this.
And the points where those can intersect and create interesting decisions. Here
Like, just think of, like, Hearthstone or, like, Yu-Gi-Oh! And this kind of, like, falls under here.
exist games like Kingdom Hearts 3, Armored Core 6, and Hollow Knight Silksong. After hearing all that,
I played none of those games.
I'm sure you can start to piece together, if you've played both games, that ZZZ is notably more enemy-sided than Wuwa, and you'd be 100% correct about that. However, I'd say both of these games lean extremely player-sided, with...
And you want to know what the enemy-sided part is? Unless you bring the Angels of Delusion, you can't kill this boss. Unless you bring XYZ character, you can't fight this boss. Unless you bring XYZ unit, this boss is invulnerable.
Wuwa sitting just even further along that line than ZZZ. And if you're still here, that means that you can handle all of the nonsense that I've been saying so far and be...
That's not true, though. Bringer without Miyabi. Bringer without Miyabi in Deadly Assault. Was that well balanced? Did that feel good for players? Fighting Bringer without Miyabi? Yeah, I give that to you. Okay, good boy. Like, truly, it's that easy to call out ZZZ players. Like, they fold instantly. Like, this is what why do you guys even disagree in the first place when you know it's not true, what you're saying? I don't get it. How is, like, it's that easy to bring one up? It's the first Deadly Assault ever. It was so shilled, you felt like you needed Miyabi. One is true, the other's not. What do you mean? Bro, you're telling me that the Angels of Delusion aren't like 99% better than any other team against the wolf guy with the blue HP bar condom? Bro, you're telling me that the Angels of Delusion aren't like the best team ever to go deal with the fucking wolf guy who has the blue shield? Or how Hugo, because you actually were supposed to use Miyabi. Hugo doesn't work against the Ice Weak boss because he needed to be Ice and Stun Weak. But this Ice boss can't be stunned. By the way, he can only have Freeze on him. This Ice boss can't be stunned, so you can't use Hugo because Hugo's a stunner. He's still Ice, which is weak against, but because it can't be stunned, you can't use Hugo. Those are the restrictions in this game. And if you don't still understand those, you're just a LARPer.
Making up terms for my own videos, which means that you'll probably like all the other stuff I have queued up. So click subscribe and make sure you don't miss out on any of that. So now that we know what kind of game each one is, the question is, why even care?
Sanguine Sweeper. Yeah, no, that's the one. So tell me, how's it like fighting the Sanguine Sweeper without the Angels of Delusion? ZZZ players, just put down the LARPing mask for a second. Put down the LARPing mask for a second. Is this guy a fun fight unless you have the exact team you're supposed to have to fight him? Let's stop lying. Just don't lie. Stop lying. Is this a good fight without the Angels of Delusion? Are the Angels of Delusion so much better for dealing with him? It's unreal. Like, they're so much better than dealing with him than any other team or composition in the game. It's almost unreal, the difference. Hoyo makes a boss that's so unfun and so unplayable, and then one team in the game trivializes it. Every time. That's ZZZ's design. Put out more and more increasingly annoying bosses that require all the newest units to clear so that they can pressure you to deploy them just so you can play the game.
Well, the reason is because it lets us unpack why each of these games have evolved in the way that they have. So hold on to that little piece of terminology while we talk about the most fundamental design difference between these two games.
The Angels without their SIGs can't beat him? Wait, so if you have the Angels of Delusions, but you don't have any of their SIGs, they can't beat him? If true, that's crazy. I hope that's not true.
These games both have endgame modes which have a heavy focus on beating bosses within a certain time limit, or in other words, they both check how much damage you can do in a certain amount of time. So of course, the difference lies in what the games use to limit your damage output in that time frame.
How could the game limit your damage output in that time frame? We've already talked about a bunch of methods for ZZZ. Let's see what Wuwa's looking like now. So yeah, I've already answered this question in so many different ways.
Wuwa uses cooldowns to keep you from being able to hit your maximum output. Resonance Liberations, the ultimates of this game, tend to have a 25-second cooldown on top of their energy costs. Typically, these skills will be important or completely required for a character to be functional. So players will make sure to have enough energy regen on their characters to meet the energy limit every 25 seconds.
Yep.
In addition to ultimates, Wuwa's version of a resource bar, the Forte circuit, will grant access to another powerful and typically very crucial skill which the community will refer to as a character's Forte or Forte skill.
There's so many variations of it. Some units activate their Forte using another button press. Some use a heavy attack. Some use a basic attack. Some do it automatically without any input from the player. It truly is like the most unique part of their kit, and it's like their special ability. Everyone has like a different implementation of it.
These abilities tend to also have some manner of internal cooldown, usually between 20 and 25 seconds, to line up with the ultimate cooldown. Evidently, this is to keep the amount of powerful actions you can do within a 25-second window consistent, no
Exactly. A set number of moves that you can do.
matter how good you are at the game. ZZZ on the other hand gates you on resources. There isn't as standard of a formula here as Wuwa has with their cooldowns. Resources will be accrued in differing ways per character. Some gain it from using their specials, some from dodging, many from attacking in some form. But really, almost all of them will be gained from what the character wanted to be doing anyway. These resources just give you a line of optimization you can take during combat to optimize your damage. When you compare these two philosophies, there's at least one clear difference you can intuit in how you expect to deal damage, even without playing either game. Enemy interference inherently matters more in the cooldown game when the cooldowns are tight, and matters much less when the cooldowns are lenient. Often in Wuwa, the rotations are pretty tight. Doing all of your obligatory unfield tasks with a team will often bring you close enough to the 25-second mark that enemy disruption can feel pretty bad.
That's kind of like the point. The real difficulty of Wuthering Waves stems from, here's what it looks like. Think of Wuthering Waves like this. Wuthering Waves is like running down a track, doing a 100-meter sprint as fast as you can. And you set a certain timing, right, for how fast you can do that 100-meter sprint. The end game is like you're sprinting, try to maintain that pace, and someone's like throwing objects at you while you're running. And your goal is to basically maintain as fast of a time as possible while all this shit is getting thrown at you. And that's basically what it is. That's the enemy attacking you. You're trying to, like, you know, work through and get as close to that baseline time as you can with all this shit going on.
Since every second wasted is damage that you can't get back. If the timer runs over while you're halfway through your rotation, unfortunate, but that's a big damage loss. In ZZZ by comparison, not only can you adjust how you spend resources to always make sure that you have spent what you've built, the game also tends to directly reward you for interacting with disruptive mechanics. Whether that be bonus points in Deadly Assault, gimmick phases that directly refund energy, or mechanics that rapidly build the enemy's stun gauge. That asymmetry is why Wuwa is often known as rotation slot. So, let's talk about that game for a little. Okay.
So let me see here. Wait a second.
That asymmetry is why Wuwa is often known as rotation slot.
Wait, let me hear what the asymmetrical part is again.
Directly reward you for interacting with disruptive mechanics. Whether that be bonus points in Deadly Assault, gimmick phases that directly refund energy, or mechanics that rapidly build the enemy's stun gauge.
Yeah, okay. So basically, what he's talking about over here, and I'm gonna be honest, bro actually just showed possibly the 5 most cancerous mechanics in ZZZ history and kind of used it as like a plus for the game. Let's just review all of the mechanics that he showcased over here as like this.
By comparison, not only
all of this asymmetry as like a plus to ZZZ. Let's see what we put on here.
To always make sure that you have spent what you've built. The game also tends to directly
miasma. We're glazing miasma.
Reward you for interacting with disruptive mechanics. Whether that be bonus points in Deadly Assault, gimmick phases that directly
We're glazing this guy. This is Yi Shungite's brother. You guys remember this boss? This was dog shit. Basically, he's kind of going through and showing off the worst fights in the game and the worst mechanics in the game that the community has universally hated. And this is the thing, right? I don't actually know if it's glazing, but when we're kind of like not pointing out that these are the worst fights ever, as we mentioned them, I do think that's a little... It seems like we're being a little too fair to ZZZ. Because we're basically showcasing what 90% of players fucking hated. That was bad. Not good. Bad for the game.
Refund energy, or mechanics that rapidly build the enemy's stun gauge. That asymmetry is why Wuwa is often known as rotation slot. So,
but maybe he's gonna get into why they're bad later.
Let's talk about that game for a little. A cooldown-based economy under strict time.
So think about it this way. Those mechanics are cancer. Like this is us talking about... This is us basically like talking about HP inflation. And saying, yeah, this is the developer's attempt to make their endgame more of a fulfilling experience for their players. Instead of talking about, oh, HP inflation is being done to power creep the old units and sell newer characters, right? Do you get how the messaging is different?
Means that the end goal of Wuwa is cramming the maximum damage you can into a desired window. That's a puzzle you often solve before the encounter. Ensuring you can create a rotation that deals enough damage, practicing it to the point where you can perform it consistently, and then executing it cleanly in the fight. In
his defense, you should just be neutral. Yeah, and if you're taking something that's objectively fucking awful and like a terrible cancer mechanic and you're not talking about how bad it is, that's not neutral. That means that you're giving ZZZ a lot of extra, like, good faith for not really any reason.
Primary endgame modes, there aren't really that many choices to make. And the reason that's true is because Wuwa's kits and teams can be quite particular. Every character has a concerto bar, which you can think of as a side quest you can...
He is neutral, which is why this video wasn't review bombed. No, he's not being neutral here. This is what being neutral would be. It would be him pointing out that these mechanics, even though they are interactive, are like objectively some of the worst received mechanics in the game's history. Where players all hated it, they caused like terrible things for the game, and it was like super bugged and not fun to fight against. That would make it neutral, because you're just telling the truth about how those mechanics were received. So to simply mention them and then not talk about how awfully they were received by the players is not being neutral.
complete during their time on field, and finishing it lets you swap.
It's omission. That's not neutral. Guys, this was, I mean, it's very easy to find an analogy for this. You bring on a guest speaker, and then you just intentionally don't talk about an active criminal trial that the guest speaker has for, like, fucking embezzlement or some shit. Like, bro, they're currently wanted for embezzlement in another state, and you just don't mention that as they go up for their guest speech. You're not being neutral. Not talking about it doesn't mean you're neutral. It means that you're hiding the information and, like, portraying it in a way that makes the person look better when they've done a bad thing, and that's what he's doing with this game. And I'm saying that's how it gets introduced.
Part with a payoff called an outro skill.
And didn't Trash talk? Because they didn't talk about all the other stuff Hassan's up to. Didn't Trash Talk get a lot of shit for not talking about what Hassan's been doing? So why can't I give this guy shit for not talking about how bad the things he's bringing up for ZZZ are? Just play the damn video, then stop saying retarded shit in my chat.
That much is fine. The problem is that a lot of characters...
Like, yes, when you say dumb shit, like him being neutral, when it's objectively not true, then yes, I'm gonna respond to it because you're typing retarded shit in my chat, bro.
Add extra conditions on top of that. For example, buffs that disappear if you swap a character off field, or resources that are locked behind rotating in a specific way. Stack enough of those together and the 25-second window stops being the only constraint you're playing around. Almost every character is imposing micro goals on their own rotation, and sometimes on other characters too. Which is why a Wuwa fight that starts going wrong is so annoying to pull back.
It compounds. And I think the best example of this is when you run into ER issues because you missed an attack. Yeah, that makes it the most obvious, but it's also like immediate feedback that there was probably something wrong with what you're doing. And I will also say this, though. This guy is really bad at this game. I don't know how you got 4,300 points with Imith. I'm sorry. If you're getting maybe...
Oh, Saint, you can't look at the B-roll. Saint, stop looking at the B-roll. Why are you critiquing his B-roll?
If somebody's getting 4K with one of the best teams in the game, I'm going to assume they're not very good at the game. Like truly, it's just, and this is the thing, you don't want to showcase gameplay of you not doing good. When you're trying to speak as an expert on the end game and its mechanics, and you're showing gameplay where you suck. Can we just, is that truly a point that we need to contest right now? Like, bro's showcasing him sucking ass as he talks about the end game and describes the mechanics. I'm sorry, it's not a good look.
Watch pretty much any level of play, and the moment someone gets meaningfully disrupted, they'll just restart. Accidentally outro to the wrong character, lose a buff for taking too long, or swapping when you...
He might be demonstrating bad gameplay on purpose, though, but... Maybe he is. He's using the baseline buff. He's using the not negative status one.
You shouldn't have. For most players, it's just not worth salvaging. And to be clear, you can recover a rotation gone wrong.
He's not using the negative status token, no.
Wuwa. It's just, why would you? The restart button is right there. You spend all that time learning the rotation, and you know it works. Why sit there improvising around the character's kit and...
Analysis video, not guide making video. Okay. How about this? I make an analysis video about the best type of shoes to wear for athletes. And then you see me and I don't have legs in real life because I'm an amputee. How would you take that video if I'm making a video talking about how shoes and you see that I don't have legs? Just wondering, would you take my take very seriously? This is a guy talking about the end game and like the technicalities and the specificities, and he's showing him doing 4K clears with a triple premium IMIT team. It's not a good look. I'm just saying that. And so, who cares if it's an analysis video? If you're talking about the brand or what to do with the shoe, okay, you're getting a week, buddy.
In order to barely clear, when the rotation you picked up from a guide does the job every single time. Hence, rotations of the slop variety. Now that's enough wuthering our waves for now. Let's do a little talk on ZZZ's kit design.
So, this is truly where stuff gets very, very, very funny.
Variety.
I want to replay this last piece over here about the rotation slop.
Does the job every single time. Hence, rotations.
Let's play it from 7 onward.
Character, lose a buff for taking too long or swapping when you shouldn't have. For most players, it's just not worth salvaging. And to be clear, you can recover a rotation gone wrong in Wuwa.
Yep.
It's just, why would you? The restart button is right there. You spend all that time learning the rotation, and you know it works. Why?
So this is the thing. This is basically us saying, looking up the guide online on how to play the character is the only way to play this game. And if that's the approach that you want to take, yes, this is kind of the conclusion that you'll come to, right? But let me simply just introduce you to this thing called playing the fucking game. This is going to be wild. I'm about to show you a rotation that people found out for a character called Hiyuki, who actually, like, just, you know, recently got released. And this one might blow your mind. This one might blow your mind real fast. Check this out. I'll show you a couple of the rotations that I made up around new character releases for fun. And this is an example of one of them. Before, when you were playing this character, this is what would happen when you use your ultimate. Get ready for this. Right? To fill up and get all your Yai attacks, you would do some weird shit like this. Both your skills, and then spam your basic attacks, right? And then get your Yais that way. That was technically the fastest way to do it. Right? On release. Then people played the game and like played her more, right? And realized, wait, you can do this instead.
Your days are numbered.
So watch this.
Take your final dive into none.
And that's like 30 times faster. But people found that out from playing the character and just using her on release. Then you got this mechanic as well. And this is the thing, right? Quick swap is something that truly makes this game different, right? Because quick swap isn't just you going insane with 3 characters and going spastic, right? With 5 inputs every second. This can be quick swap too. You can quick swap like that as well, just between 2 characters. And I kind of like fucked it up over there, right? But that's the point. You're allowed to think outside of the box and actually approach the game in any way you want. And you're gonna notice over here, right?
Structural integrity intact.
Okay, yeah, no, this is not really. You can try. Okay, I'm gonna get a video. I'm gonna get a video of it. I did it better like 2 days ago. I'm gonna get a video of it. Sorry, this guy's a little hard to perform against. He's like the opposite of Viagra for your Wuwa teams. I even put it in my video over here demonstrating this shit. I can probably do better. Basically, this will be like the main thing that I think people need to do when it comes to this team. And I'll just demonstrate it real fast over here. I'll try to do like one actual like crisp rotation because it is a little bit hard. So you want to ensure that, like, your Chisa swaps off during 2 key moments. And these are the key moments over here. Not here. But basically, you want to swap off during this with the scissor chop. So you can see she got that one, right? Over here. And then over here. And those are the 3 main ones you want. There you go. There you go. That looked a lot better. But that is, guys, the type of stuff you're allowed to do in this game to speed up those rotations, right? Make use of, like, various opportunities, blah, blah. You don't need to do some crazy Wallenstein shit where you're tabbing between 3 characters every half second. Because that works too. And then you just do a regular rotation on Yang Yang. And so that's the stuff that I'm talking about, right? When it comes to experimenting, trying out things yourself. If you only do what a website or a guide prescribes to you and tells you to do, then yes, 100%, absolutely, it will be rotation slop because you're intentionally making it rotation slop by forcing yourself not to do anything else differently. And this is the thing. Most people are going to play the cookie cutter method. Why? Because it's the cookie cutter method. It's the most common one. No, it's not bad that something is cookie cutter. You want to know what the cookie cutter beverage is? Water. That doesn't make water bad, motherfucker.
I sit there improvising around the character's kit in order to barely clear, and the rotation you picked up from a guide does the job every single time.
Exactly, right? People simply don't feel the need to go above and beyond because you don't need to, because the end game isn't retarded in this game. Imagine that you don't need to quick swap to clear the end game. That's basically what is going on over here. You can use basic, simple baseline rotations that are easy to understand for a majority of the player base. Use that to clear the end game, and there's no need to go above and beyond and go to that sweaty level to clear. That's the same for ZZZ, though. Both have some sweaty shit. No, this is not the same for ZZZ because, as we just said, you don't get to do this unless you pull the newest character in the newest team. If you're not doing that, then no, get ready to quick swap with everybody else. That's basically the point. Is in Wuwa, basically all the teams that get released work against all the bosses equally, unless you're fucking, like, resistant. ZZZ releases enemies, bosses, that only 3 units in the game can beat. Why?
Hence, rotations of the slop variety. Now that's enough wuthering our waves for now. Let's do a little talk on ZZZ's kit design.
So basically, rotation slop is simply a result of basic rotations clear the content. So you don't need to do above and beyond to clear. And so ZZZ players have managed to turn Kuro not fucking up the game's balance and making Giga Shield enemies into some sort of shot against the game. Because this is the take. If you can't clear with basic rotations, unless you use the newest team that costs $1,000 fucking and only gets this one boss, is that good game design? ZZZ players will somehow tell you it is.
ZZZ having come a long way from being considered a button-mashing game. For me, this game is more of a resource management simulator. A resource-based economy means that the bulk of the skill in piloting a given team comes from understanding how to efficiently build and spend resources in order to maximize damage.
It's a button-mashing simulator. The reason why is because it takes so many fucking clicks to do anything in this fucking game. So many fucking clicks to do anything in this fucking game. And, like, the end result is you're mashing buttons until, like, you have enough energy to do something. Then you're casting the energy. Then you're switching to another character, smashing buttons again until you have enough energy again. You gotta press a lot to play this game, and it's legitimately tiring.
To talk about this effectively, we need to split the teams we'll be piloting into 2 different team types in ZZZ. Anomaly teams and attack teams.
Maybe you want to call it resource slop for now, but basically, you just have to do the most mindless shit ever until you get the resource that you need. You can get it from somewhere, right? Dialin, you're mindlessly spamming until you have the bar so you can get the free ult. Yizhuan, you're mindlessly spamming until you have enough to cast both your ultimates.
Let's start with attack teams since they're easier to explain. These teams typically have a couple of properties in common. They often aim to stun the enemy and deal a huge burst of damage within that stun window. Stunning an enemy in ZZZ applies a large multiplier to all damage that they receive, so aiming to line up your resources within the stun window.
Terrible mechanic. You wanna know why? I own Hugo.
is the most efficient use of your resources when you can afford to do so.
The worst mechanic ever conceived because the devs had no idea what they're doing with stun or like stun windows or how to balance it properly. They added bosses to the game where their stun window is half a second long. You just heard an attack team described, right, as like one that deals all its damage during the stun window, and some bosses have a stun window that's half a second. Because they're just designed in a way where they don't get stunned, and stun does nothing against them. And it's just like, hey, you're not allowed to use stun characters against this guy.
Runs will often aim for a number of stuns to allow the resources you build to be spent.
It's so disgusting. And I love that he's showing Hugo now because you know nobody else has this fucking rare footage,
a certain
bro.
amount of times. Second, these teams usually devote a vast majority of their field time to one character. Either a DPS with an off-field stunner so that your attacker may build the resources and then spend them during the stun, or an on-field stunner with a burst attacker who comes on-field during the stun window to deal damage. The latter is...
So you're smashing buttons on a character until you have the resource you need. Then you switch to the other one and you just smash buttons on them until you... That's kind of like the thing. The amount of APM required for this game truly is not worth like the actual numbers that you see on the screen. And I think that's where a lot of people get the whole like button mashing take from, is you do so many attacks that literally don't do any damage. Like basically every single one of Miyabi's attacks, right? That isn't a skill. And every single one of her attacks that isn't, you know, like her charged down heavy attack slashes or her ultimate, they don't do any damage. Literally none. And so you're just sitting there spamming them over and over and over again, watching some pretty cool animations, but nothing's actually doing damage outside of like 3 key abilities. But you see all these VFX, it's like VFX animation damage slop, where it's a whole lot of meaningless nothingness, but it's trying to look like really cool. But how cool can you make attacks that are dealing 0.1% of the damage of the enemy's HP bar?
less common, but both will have a support, who is mostly a cheerleader, who provides buffing to the rest of the team. And that's it really. Attack teams vary a lot in how they end up playing. Even what I just told you doesn't really apply to every single one.
Can you say the same about Imeth? Yes, and I've made very public critiques about me not liking Imeth's kit. Like, I've said so many times, I hate her normal attacks so much. Like, that her normal attacks are literally the worst feeling part of her kit because they do literally nothing.
But in general, these are the most standard teams. An example is Yishen, Jufufu, and Lucia. Yishen will be greedy with her field time in order to build up as much resources as she can.
You're just smashing buttons on the...
She benefits from a more selfless stunner, so Jufufu will take the role of an off-field stunner, while Lucia provides the buffs. The other...
Basically, you go onto Lucia, you press E, you go onto Jufufu, you press E, and then you spam on Yi Zhao for 20 fucking minutes until you have all your shit, and then you just cast your abilities. Like, I mean this in the most genuine sense possible. Like, this team is, like, kind of disgusting, because that's, like, actually what you do. You just cast both the off-field people's buffs, and then just spam shit on her until the enemy dies. I'm not joking.
The other half of the roster is anomaly teams. I won't run through the entire system here, but it functions as a completely different win condition available to a certain...
Well, that's what happens when you use the off-field stunner with the off-field support. You only have one person on field. It's not like you can do anything with anybody else. Like, you can't use anybody else on the Jufufu, Lucia, Yizhuan team. You can't.
...class of character. Instead of stunning and bursting, you're stacking an elemental effect on the enemy until it triggers, and sometimes chaining those triggers for damage. So the moment-to-moment goals vary from an attack team, but it's built on the same type of logic where you'll build a team to allow for all of your characters to gain the resources that they need to accomplish the goals of their kit.
Anomaly characters are probably the most fun in the game because they're very hard to fuck over balance-wise. Like, the only way you can, like, fuck over anomaly teams is to, like, put in a buff where it's like they don't have any anomaly buildup. And no anomalies don't do fucking shit to them. Because it's kind of just like, this is like a team where it's just like, you go on, and then everything can deal damage. And this goes against the, like, bullshit I was talking about before. In this team, an anomaly team specifically, right? I know Miyabi kind of counts, like, not sort of, right? She's more of like an attack character, even though she is anomaly, right? We know Miyabi. In the anomaly teams, you're like building up the bars and stuff, and then you see your attacks build up the bar, and then you get the visual feedback. Once you built up the bar, a burst of damage. So they, in general, just feel a lot more satisfying than other teams in this game because everything you actually do actually does something. What do stunners do? Oh, they build up the stun bar, but stunners attacks do 0 damage. They build up the stun bar, but then they do 0 actual damage. Anomaly characters, on the other hand, they do a little bit of damage while they're attacking, and then they also, of course, melt down the HP once their bar is full, and it's like good feedback. And I think that's why these are the most popular in the game. That's why people generally just go for anomaly teams, and that's why they'd only mainly release anomaly characters for like the first part of the game, because it was the only thing that actually felt good.
So now I've spoken about the player side of things, so let's talk about the enemy side. To do so, let's talk about Dark Souls. Or more generally, let's talk about the wonders of looking at your screen. I mentioned player side and enemy side games before, and now we can try to see what that framing is supposed to help us understand. So to start, I'm going to ask a silly question here. What is the point of there being different enemy types in games? Why even bother spending dev time on it? Well, when we look at any action game, the answer is clear as day. They provide different challenges for us to go up against. It would get boring if we just fought the same ones. We need different movesets to go up against. Stuff with different strengths and weaknesses to encourage us to use different underexplored parts of our toolkit and get us to think in different ways.
And that's the thing. Having different strengths and weaknesses is fine if you don't need to buy the characters to exploit those weaknesses.
Even in games with more limited player options such as Dark Souls and more...
Imagine if Elden Ring had like restrictions where to beat this boss, you need to go buy a weapon of this element, but that weapon costs $10. So it's like, unless you pay $10 to buy this special lightning sword, you got to go grind for 5 hours to get enough levels to beat the boss. That's ZZZ, bro. I'm not fucking joking.
generally Souls-like game.
I'm not joking. That is basically ZZZ.
The enemies being different provides a unique challenge with each encounter, requiring you to learn different tells, timings, and punish windows in order to progress. Okay, cool. Great answer. So if that is the case, why design a player-sided game in the first place? Well, to answer that, we're going to need to expand upon an inevitable friction that both of these games have come to face, and the differences in how they've tried to handle it.
Basically, Wuwa also at the moment. Wotads, thank you for bringing that one up, because you've just given me a free dunk. So, we have ZZZ Defender, Wotads over here, right? This one's not going to be crazy. He's saying that the restriction I just talked about, right? Buy this $10 lightning sword or you can't clear is the same as Wuwa. This is what Wotads is talking about. Basically, we have in Wuwa a 50% all attribute resistance debuff that gets removed if you apply any of these things on the enemies. And once you do that, right, the stage becomes much more manageable and easy to clear. Let me show you all the characters that are able to remove that debuff out of the most recent ones released. We're going to go all the way back to November of last year. We're going to go back to November of 2025. Almost a full fucking year ago. And look at how many of the characters get rid of that buff. And this just makes Wuthering Waves look better. So basically, Shisa clears it. Lene clears it. Imith clears it. Luke clears it. Hiyuki clears it. Denya gets rid of it. Rebecca gets rid of it. Lucy gets rid of it. Lucilla gets rid of it. And Yang Yang gets rid of it. 10 of the last 12 units released in this game get rid of that buff.
Come on.
While ZZZ releases bosses where one team in the game beats it. We also have free characters
I will be there for everyone. As we head, I will be...
that get rid of the buff too.
Tell me, what bothers you?
So it's like... it's not even close.
Here is the tension every single one of these games runs into. A player-sided game makes you feel powerful, and feeling powerful is exactly what a gacha wants to sell you. You pulled the character, you invested in the character should feel good.
ZZZ does the opposite. They make you feel weak unless you pull the newest character. He brought up a great point. Gachas, they oftentimes want to make you feel strong unless, like when you pull somebody. ZZZ makes you feel weak unless you pull.
A fully enemy-sided game sells the opposite thing. It sells you an uphill battle against something bigger than you. It makes your skill and your understanding matter most. And in gacha,
HSR and Genshin really make you feel weak. I think that is the true thing. Wuwa makes you feel strong when you pull Imith. When you pull Sagrika, when you pull these units, when you pull Yang Yang right now, you just feel strong. In ZZZ or all these Hoyo games, you feel really fucking weak if you skip units.
fundamentally needs your account to matter. So there's a hard ceiling on how enemy-sided one of these games can ever actually go, no matter how many different enemy types they sit down and try to design.
So, are you guys beginning to see now all the things this guy isn't talking about in his piece? I see why this has so many likes. He just didn't say the truth about ZZZ.
But somewhere along the line, clearly the ZZZ devs heard that the game was too easy, and they clearly, genuinely love action games. So they started pushing ZZZ in a more enemy-sided direction.
His place is not supposed to be bashing either game. We started out by calling Wuwa rotation slop and ignoring that quick swap's in the game, and then we're out here glazing ZZZ and not talking about... If we can say that Wuwa's rotation slop, bro, how are we not talking about ZZZ and its fucking any of its problems? We called Wuwa rotation slop like 3 times. And yet we have not said a single negative thing about Zenless Zone Zero once the entire video. He's scared of the toxic positivity and getting downvoted. No, that's it. This is one of the most biased reviews I've ever seen.
Gimmick phases, more aggressive enemy types.
Straight up. You can't just ignore everything bad with the game. Guys, Trash Taste got shit on for bringing on Hassan. This guy should get shit on for covering ZZZ in this way. And I don't mean shit on in the terms of cancel him, but just like shit on for the perspective of why is there no actual mention of ZZZ's problems in here? It's been 12 minutes, right? And I have not heard a single actual critique for anything in ZZZ, but Wuwa's been called rotation slop 3 times. We even gave an in-depth explanation for why Wuwa's rotation slop. But we're not going to point out ZZZ shilling. We're not going to point out that you need specific teams for certain bosses. We're not going to point out that, like, how the shields work and how they're super toxic. Not going to point out rupture.
More modes that ask you to do more than just damage. And in doing that, they ran into a problem.
You would think ZZZ is perfect watching this video. I see why ZZZ players recommended it so much. It's a pure glaze vid.
Because a large part of the way that
just appealing to ZZZ players by actually lying through omission by not talking about any of the game's issues, but being forefront about Wuwa's.
They'd been reducing the friction of the game, which is...
Ah, man, you really... What? Did you really think I was going to have any other reaction to this? I'm just wondering. People, ZZZ players that non-sarcastically sent me this, did you think I was going to agree with this vid when it's presented in this biased of a way?
Is important for gachas. The way they'd been allowing every single player to access their character's strength was by making them streamlined and easy to play, and also handing out an enormous amount of invincibility across the cast. Without even mentioning egregious characters like Yi Sheng Guan, a lot of characters have minimal reason to be getting hit during combat. And here's the issue with that. Enemy-sided design lives and dies by how you get to interact with the enemy kit. And you can't interact with an enemy kit while you're invincible. So they couldn't just generically make enemies more scary because half the cast just doesn't care. They needed a way to make the game more enemy-sided, but they also needed controlled interaction. And that is where I think basically every recent ZZZ mechanic comes from. Hence the side objectives of Deadly Assault, hence Miasma, control skills, and the list goes on. And you'll notice that the center of a lot of these mechanics is defensive assist. And it's worth thinking about why that specifically is the answer that they're relying on. The easy answer is that it's the easy answer. The devs know exactly what they're handing you. Almost, emphasis on almost, everyone interacts with it in almost the same standardized way. It makes the game more enemy-sided without ever opening up the game to being unpredictable.
I'm trying to be fair about this take over here, because I definitely did see, I think for the first time in the fucking video, some level of recognition of, like, what ZZZ is doing wrong. Like, I caught something. I caught one thing, and it's halfway in the video. Let's try to listen for it again.
So, the devs know exactly what they're handing you.
I think I might need to restart this section.
Somewhere along the line, clearly the ZZZ devs heard that the game was too easy, and they clearly, genuinely love action games. So they started pushing...
Like, this is the thing. We had 11 minutes, and he himself recognizes this is fucking dog shit. But it's just, how are we so scared to just say it's bad? Like, he's recognizing it's shit, yet we never mentioned that it's shit. it's such a, I don't get what's going on. Like, do you get what I'm saying? Even he knows it's not good. He saves any critique until 11 minutes in because he knows he's going to get brigaded. Now I get it. He knows what's going on. Because I know what's going on. He knows the ZZZ community will brigade the fuck out of him, so he's like hiding the critiques in the video. And they're so stupid they didn't notice them. Dude, this is how sad this community is, bro.
Clearly, the ZZZ devs heard.
He can call Wuwa rotation slop in the first 5 minutes and spam that shit, no issue. No hate from the Wuwa community. Bro's out here hiding his ZZZ critiques.
That the game was too easy, and they clearly, genuinely love action games. So they started pushing ZZZ in a more enemy-sided direction. More gimmick phases, more aggressive enemy types, more modes that ask you to do more than just damage. And in doing that, they ran into a problem, because a large part of the way that they'd been reducing the friction of the game, which is important for gachas, the way they'd been allowing every single player to access their character's strength was by making them streamlined and easy to play, and also handing out an enormous amount of invincibility across the cast.
So, we've kind of already established this. And this is where he fails to bring up one of the worst points ever.
Without even mentioning egregious characters like Yi Sheng-guan, a lot of characters have minimal reason to be getting hit during combat.
That's like just the Void Hunters. Like truly. He's not even talking about, I guess, the issue of this only the Void Hunters are playable. Because we're out here talking about how absurd mechanics like this are. Are we going to mention that only the Void Hunters get like these iframe mechanics where they can just ignore everything and then everyone else on the roster is told to go fuck themselves? And so you don't pull anything except Void Hunters in the game? Are we going to expand on that point? Because he's kind of like getting there, but like the fact he just won't go in on it is why I'm just like, I don't know what's going on.
Enormous amount of invincibility across the cast.
Guys, what if you're not a Void Hunter and you're trying to deal with this shit? I'm like I literally looked at this laser and I was like, what if I wasn't a Void Hunter? What do I do if I'm not a Void Hunter here?
Invincibility across the cast. Without even mentioning egregious characters like Yi Sheng-guan.
What do I do if I wasn't Yi Shungite there?
A lot of characters have minimal...
Dodge it? I'm not doing damage then, right? Oh, you guys got played. She's dealing damage while being invincible. You're saying so other characters don't get to deal damage, but she does. And she also deals the most damage in the game because she's a Void Hunter. So the Void Hunter gets to damage through enemy attacks while also dealing the most damage in the game, while everyone else is told to just go dodge.
Enormous amount of invincibility across the cast.
She's in the laser, by the way, but taking 0 damage. She literally teleported, ran through the laser like she's a fucking, bro. It's like one of those scenes, bro, in like those animes, bro. She was like cutting the laser with her sword, bro.
Without even mentioning egregious characters like Yi Sheng-guan, a lot of characters have minimal reason to be getting hit during combat.
And then ZZZ players will tell you with a smile on their face, yeah, just go dodge on other units, bro. Literally don't deal damage.
And here's the issue with that. Enemy-sided design lives and dies by how you get to interact with the enemy kit. And you can't interact with an enemy kit while you're invincible. So they couldn't just generically make enemies more scary because half the cast just doesn't care.
Is he going to get into how it's troubling that only half the cast has these iframes? Not everybody. And so imagine the experience if you're somebody that doesn't have iframes out the wazoo and you're designing bosses designed for characters that do have iframes. Guys, it's kind of like this. Iframes getting shat out of your kit essentially means there's like a baseline of like survivability and just like interaction the enemy needs to have to actually be a challenge. And if you're designing bosses for characters that are 90% iframes, then what are the characters that are 20% iframes, 30% iframes? What are they going to deal with? How is their experience going to be if you're designing bosses for those who have 90% iframe kits? What does the 50% guy deal with? The 40%, the 30, the 20? You don't use them.
They needed a way to make the game more enemy-sided, but they also needed controlled interaction. And that is where I think basically every recent ZZZ mechanic comes from. Hence the side objectives of Deadly Assault, hence Miasma, control skills, and the list goes on. And you'll notice that the center of a lot of these mechanics is defensive assist. And it's worth thinking about why that specifically is the answer that they're relying on.
They have literally nothing else they can do in the fucking game, bro. Because it's just every enemy has an invincible phase where they spam parries at you. That's this game's skill and challenge. Enemy goes invincible for 10 seconds and spams parryable attacks for 10 seconds. Can you parry all of them? And this is the truth about ZZZ. It's literally parry slop. The only difficulty any boss in this game has is going invincible for 20 fucking seconds and then spamming parry attacks on you. And you'll notice that in every single fucking encounter.
The easy answer is that it's the easy answer. The devs know exactly what they're handing you. Almost, emphasis on almost, everyone interacts with it in almost the same standardized way. It makes the game more enemy-sided without ever opening up the game to being unpredictable.
It makes the game dog shit and boring as fuck and legitimately some of the most like dumb shit ever. Because it truly is just like, bro, they did it like 20 times in a row. How does every boss have a 15-second iframe phase that spams like over 10 parryable attacks? Why does every boss have one of these in this game? Truly, I don't get it.
And in fairness, it does look very cool. The issue, if you consider it one, is that the game turns into play your team and also press defensive assist. And that's not super hard or interesting if you ask me.
Did he call it parry slot?
It's a reaction check, sure, but it's not a particularly hard one. Sometimes, even, it runs the risk of feeling too intrusive. To give you an example, Osu is a great game, and it's a lot of fun. But would I want to play segments of an Osu map interspersed with an action game? Not really. That's kind of how I feel about control skills in certain phases of recent bosses. It's neat and fun, but it almost feels too divorced from actually piloting my characters because it's just so standardized in how you interact with it.
This is what I mean. Guys, there's been at least like 7 or 8 bosses in a row that have had this, but he's not mentioning that there's been 7 or 8 bosses in a row. Like, truly, if we're at the point where we spam the same exact mechanic on like 8 bosses in a row, that's worth mentioning as like the devs are fucking bad, right? The devs are lazy as shit. The devs are uncreative. They don't know what the fuck they're doing if they spam the same mechanic 8 times in a row with 0 differentiations. But like, I
underneath everything mentioned is the fact that ZZZ is a gacha. Mechanics with real emergent depth, the kind where players start finding powerful things that the devs never planned for.
like, why don't we mention that the devs have done this 4 million times?
Are not actually what a gacha wants. They want the game to feel more enemy-sided.
And this is also the other thing. I would just like to see more unilateral criticism that just doesn't look like it's kowtowing to the ZZZ community.
They don't want is to grow the web of interactions between your account and an encounter, because
look at how lightly he talked about one of the worst issues in ZZZ with this loose-ass, goofy-ass little Osu thing, right? Let's listen to how he talked about the problems in Wuthering Waves. Real quick, let's just review it.
Or swapping when you shouldn't have. For most players, it's just not worth salvaging. And to be clear, you can
Just listen to this part about the rotations and the restart button.
You're playing around. Almost every character is imposing micro goals on their own rotation, and sometimes on other characters too. Which is why a Wuwa fight that starts going wrong is so annoying to pull back.
Why are we talking about how a ZZZ fight where you simply mess up one fucking parry 2 minutes into a 3-minute fight because it's like they decided to put a parry sequence against every boss? Why are we talking about how frustrating that shit is? Where like ZZZ, every single Deadly Assault boss has like in the last 30 seconds has a 20-second invulnerability phase where they spam 10 parry attacks on you. You got to hit all of them or your score's fucked. And you won't. Isn't that frustrating to have to clear after completing 60-70% of the fight to restart because of this slop? Because you need that guaranteed PP? Isn't that annoying? You can salvage it? Is it worth salvaging though, or should I just restart? Guys, how about this? How about you don't put in like this gimmicky garbage? And if there is going to be gimmicky garbage, how about we call it out appropriately instead of, like, again, doing it unilaterally? Because this is just the proof over here. This is the only proof I need. We're willing to go this far talking about, like, making the rotation slot point. We don't even go, like, 20% of the way for ZZZ. When there are so many more, like, things you can say about how annoying it is to have to restart in DA, having to restart in Shiyu, restart in the middle of these fights. But we're out here talking about we messed up our own rotation, and so that's super annoying to us. But when the devs mess up our rotation, who cares?
Bosses. It's neat and fun, but it almost feels too divorced from actually piloting my characters because it's just so standardized in how you interact with it.
This is how I know this was made for ZZZ players.
And underneath everything mentioned is the fact that ZZZ is a gacha. Mechanics with real emergent depth, the kind where players start finding powerful things that the devs never planned for, are not actually what a gacha wants. They want the game to feel more enemy-sided. What they don't want is to grow the web of interactions between your account and an encounter, because that web is unpredictable. And unpredictable player power is how you end up with something like Mono Ice, and how your perfectly tailored best-in-slot team ends up not being that. So they're boxed in by their own design.
Guys, this is the crazy thing, is that he just lied here. He just said all gacha developers don't want to give any, like, creative freedom to the player to design team comps, yet Wuthering Waves' best performing teams are quick swap ones, which the devs obviously don't design themselves. People find out quick swap rotations by themselves that deal more damage than the ones the devs are trying to get you to do. The devs have a rotation in mind when they make these teams, and then people find out ways to improve them via quick swap. And this dude just straight up said the devs don't want to do that when Kuro intentionally puts kits in the game that let you quick swap. I don't get, like, bro, we just had Hiyuki and Lucilla release that, like, he's just objectively wrong here, right? This isn't like a subjective take. I don't know what the fucking dude is saying. Like, how can you tell me quick swap isn't intentional when you're literally told you don't lose the effect of this outro skill on swap? Oh, right. Every negative status team in the game doesn't lose their outro on swap, so they're meant to be used in quick swap. And then also, Wuwa patented their quick swap mechanic as well. But they don't have any, like, bro, they don't tell you how to quick swap. They don't tell you how to do it in the tutorial. They don't tell you how to do it in the training. It's just something you do because you decide you want to do it for fun. But it does more damage, too, so you get rewarded for it as well. So, yeah, I don't know what this guy's just... Let me replay this. I don't know what he's saying here.
Of interactions between your...
I didn't play that again.
Players start finding powerful things that the devs never planned for, are not actually what a gacha wants. They want the game to feel more enemy-sided. What they don't...
Proof? No, that's what Hoya wants. Yeah, if you want any side to be, I'm invulnerable unless you pull the next unit. Unless you pull the newest unit, I'm invulnerable. If that's the enemy side you're talking about, then yeah, Hoya wants that.
Don't want is to grow the web of interaction.
But let's just say it's Hoyo only. Let's not try to share the blame across the gacha space, brother. I know we're trying to defend ZZZ with every dying breath in this video, bro, but let's not share the blame for what Hoyo's doing to every other company. No, they don't deserve that.
Actions between your account and an encounter, because that web is unpredictable. And unpredictable player power is how you end up with something like Mono Ice, and how your perfectly tailored best-in-slot team ends up not being that. So they're boxed in by...
Okay, so this is what I've realized. I don't even think Mono Ice is a good example of what the fuck he's saying. What the fuck is he even saying here? Like, Mono Ice is like a forbidden team composition that the devs did not know was going to be, that did not have plan. Bro, the go-to team for Mono Ice was Sokaku, Lycon, and Ellen. And so putting Miyabi in, I don't feel like is some wild shit that, like, the devs weren't intending when, like, they all reduce, like, ice weakness, ice resistance, all of that. Lycon buffs ice damage, and then Miyabi comes in and does ice stuff. On top of all the ice buffs they give, so the ice team...
being that. So they're boxed in by their own design. They want the game to be enemy-sided, but the business model says otherwise. So a lot of that actually carries over to Wuwa. This is also a game that wants you to feel strong and cinematic, that wants these characters' personalities to shine in combat. But Wuwa started from a different place, or at least it felt like it did. Wuwa wears its Souls-like inspiration pretty openly, and despite the fact that these days Wuwa characters are out here doing, well, whatever this is, early on they genuinely felt a lot weaker relative to the enemies than anything in ZZZ did. You could very much see it in the sheer number of people getting dismantled at launch, and you can still
What is this retard saying? Wait, is he saying Jinsei felt weak? Wait, is he saying Jinsei felt like a... What the fuck? Are you guys on crack? Who said that? What is he even saying? Okay. I think this guy is just LARPing Wuwa now. Now I see why he was scoring 4K with his Imith teams. He has no idea what the fuck he's talking about. The flaw Wuwa is trying to fix.
So a lot of that actually carries over to Wuwa. This is also a game that wants you to feel strong and cinematic, that wants these characters' personalities to shine in combat. But Wuwa started from a different place, or at least it felt like it did. Wuwa wears its Souls-like inspiration pretty openly, and despite the fact that these days Wuwa characters are out here doing, well, whatever this is, early on they...
That character was released a year ago. I mean, I guess the first thing that I'm finding weird is that to talk about what Wuwa's doing nowadays, we talked about a character released a year or 2 months ago. When it's nowadays, that she was released a year and 2 months ago. So, like, I wouldn't use Cardathea as an example of nowadays simply based off that alone. Am I... That just seems a little bit weird.
Felt a lot weaker relative to the enemies than anything in ZZZ did.
And now they're saying Wuthering Wave's early units felt weaker than anything ZZZ has ever put out. So any early Wuwa unit felt worse than every ZZZ character. Can you guys hear the shit he's saying for a second over here and, like, tell me he's not biased? Are you non-sarcastically going to tell me this is not one of the most biased motherfuckers you've ever heard? Bro just said all of Wuwa's early units feel way weaker than any ZZZ character ever made. Like, bro, have you played Anton? Are you serious? Wow. This community is... I see now what this is. This is somebody who is LARPing playing Wuwa, glazing the fuck out of it, and he put out one of the worst Wuwa hit pieces ever to glaze ZZZ the whole fucking time. I see what's going on now. Because, like, bro, how do you even say this statement?
Combat. But Wuwa started from a different place, or at least it felt like it did. Wuwa wears its Souls-like inspiration pretty openly, and despite the fact that these days Wuwa characters are out here doing, well, whatever this is, early on they genuinely felt a lot weaker relative to the enemies than anything in ZZZ did.
Proof?
You could very much see it in the sheer number of people getting dismantled at launch, and you can still see some of that inspiration in the hologram mode.
Bro, these holograms got released at the start of Renacida. Bro, these holograms are like 2 years old. Wait, what the fuck? Is this video from 2000? Bro, is this video 2 years old? Bro, did he start editing this video two years ago and, like, finish now?
So what was the problem? Same as before, it comes back to one word: rotation slot. Over time, the meta developed, and dedicated players worked out two things at once. They worked out the best rotations, and they also worked out it's simply better to commit to your rotation and tank hits rather than try to avoid them. They also figured out that the parry system was mostly cosmetic. Yes, it damages the stagger gauge, but you already don't care to look at what the boss is doing, so it doesn't really matter.
Okay, so he called it rotation slop again, said parries don't matter even though parries give you concerto, and by hitting parries on your supports, you can speed up your rotation to make your rotation faster. It's literally a skill check that they put in there. Dodging also gives you concerto too, so it's... Let me just disprove this lie for you. Let's see how long it takes me to rotate on my shorekeeper if I just don't dodge versus me dodging. And this is enough to tell you this guy is truly, he's just lying about Wuthering Waves. He's just lying about the game. So let's see how fast it takes us to, well, get our outro skill to Chakota without dodging.
Astral modulation.
Around 10 seconds. Let's see what happens here if I dodge, right? It was around 10 seconds before, right? I literally just shaved off like 4 fucking seconds by dodging. Let me see if I can do it even faster. Let's see if I can do it even faster.
In war with time.
That move is not dodgeable, unfortunately. That's still faster too. I wove in dodge cancels into my rotation. Now let's see if we can get truly the fastest one ever.
Diminish. I engraft you new. Thanks for watching.
Literally, anyone that's played this game, at least somewhat in the end game, would understand that dodging and weaving in parries and all of this stuff is giga important on your supports and sub DPSs because it gives you so many resources and speeds up your rotation and gives you so much concerto. But this guy just said none of it matters. As he's showing off 4K scores in End State Matrix. He's telling you all these mechanics don't matter, they're meaningless, blah, 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 as he shows off 4K points in End State Matrix. This is why the analysis and the B-roll makes sense, because we've just proven this guy is just lying about the game. That's a caught moment right there. He just told you don't dodge, don't parry, it's all cosmetic, none of it matters, even though we just showed a like 4 to 5 second rotation time saving. With the wrong buff, and we don't know if he has limited. Whoa, Tats. Let's realize this for a second. He just lied about the game, and then he has bad B-roll too. Stop. You're at the point where you don't even... You're putting out a potential explanation for why his B-roll sucks. We've already established his B-roll does suck. You're putting out a, well, maybe he wasn't actually that retarded, right? Or maybe he was, maybe something else went wrong, but you're just pointing out like a possibility to help excuse why it's so bad. But it's bad. We've established that. And now he just lied about the game on top of it. He lied about the game and his B-roll is bad. So like, I think he can appreciate what you're trying to do, but it's not good. Right? I think we're beginning to realize now this video is a bit of a disaster.
Outside of holograms where bosses hit too hard to tank, the game turned completely player-sided. Actually engaging with an enemy moveset just wasn't worth it. Not when
No, bro. It's because you'd be out here scoring 3K points in End State Matrix. You don't know how to play this game.
you've got 25 seconds to fit everything into. So what did Kuro do about this? Much the same thing Hoyo did. They started shifting power into the enemies. You get bosses like Sentry Construct, which is a genuinely great boss, where landing a parry while it's airborne drags it back to the ground.
Bro, I was about to use some profanity. This motherfucker got released in 2025, bro! He got released in January 2025! Bro! This is like basically 2 years old! What the fuck?! What do you mean Kuro's trying to solve the problem? They released this almost 2 years ago. How is that solving a current problem? Bro, he's like LARPing English now. This doesn't even make sense, bro. I'm sorry. Why is there an old-ass 2-year-old boss here talking about solving a modern problem? That doesn't even make sense fundamentally. Is this a chat GPT script?
So all of a sudden, there's a boss with a parry window that is core to the fight. It also has some attacks very worth dodging.
Bro! How we Huh! Bro, did he just say that this boss, because it has an insta-kill parry attack, when, like, the Morning Ikes, who has a one-shot move, where if it fucking grabs you, you die, has been in the game since 1.0? Bro, this guy grabs you and you die instantly. Bro, this guy also has his, like, little... Bro, I need to just debunk all the actual bullshit. Bro, this is made for ZZZ players who want to shit on Wuwa off of points that aren't real. And so, basically, there's no actual Wuthering Waves players that watch that fucking video. It's just ZZZ ones, and they're just seeing Wuwa get fucking slapped, bro. And they're just like, yeah! Yeah! Finally! And the vid is just full of bullshit, bro. The vid is just full of shit. What the fuck? Bro, he's just lying, and then everyone doesn't even know how to play Wuwa in his comments section. They're just agreeing with him. Bro, they're literally watching Wuwa just get fucking lashed for fun by this guy as he, like, lies the entire video. And this is the biggest explanation. Let me show you what happens against this fucking Morning Ikes boss, bro. This shit is hilarious. Bro, so much goofy shit happens to you if you don't fucking dodge here. Yeah, hey, I'm gonna pretend I'm a cosplay the video. I'm gonna cosplay being disabled. That's why we're gonna use Mornier. Bro, wait, they updated the arena. Oh shit! Let's just see what happens.
Some minor fixes was cold.
Oh.
Are the stars.
Oh, wait, let's restart that. I think he's got 2 killer moves. Actually. Dude, the lighting in this fight looks insane. I might need to fight all the 1.0 holograms again. Wait, this looks insane. Let's see this.
Still stand. I don't want to disappoint you. The scent of blood leaf Burnham.
So yeah, guys, he's out here talking about Kuro trying to fix modern problems with a 2-year-old boss, and then he also proceeds to bring up points that are reflected by a 1-year-old boss. Or sorry, a 1.0 boss that was released 3 years ago. So the points he's bringing up here is negated by the 1.0 release version, which is...
And has a mechanic where it throws up a shield and recovers its own stagger gauge. I said the stagger gauge doesn't matter, but the moment a boss genuinely has annoying attacks and a way to deny your damage while it's free to move, it suddenly becomes very worth your time to stagger it. And since 2.0, they've kept up the pace on this. Hecate and her infamous parry sequence, the False Sovereign's absurd damage output, and Reactor Husk with its breakable parts and projectiles that you can reflect right back at it.
Can we just talk about the false equivalency of, like, this guy only comparing hologram fights in Wuwa to, like, Deadly Assault and Shiyu defense in ZZZ? Like,
So did this work? Not exactly. These bosses do have their own unique properties, but those properties aren't prevalent enough to make you change your strategy on the way in, and they aren't intrusive enough to make you genuinely think on the fly.
You fight these bosses one time.
And if something does go wrong, well, it's easier to just restart. So is the fix to make bosses even more intrusive? Also, not exactly, and this is kind of the trap. Wuwa is still a game where a cleanly executed rotation vastly outdamages.
I get what's going on. We're LARPing that there's a problem with the combat. And the entire video is worded in a way where we're pretending, we're like gaslighting the viewer into pretending there's an actual problem that needs to be fixed. There's no actual problem. He's just making a bunch of shit up and gaslighting you into thinking there's a problem. What is the issue? Like, truly, Truly, after everything, what is the problem he's talking about? What is the flaw he's trying to fix? What's the flaw?
Is one where something went wrong. So it's genuinely mechanically correct.
Like, the only thing that's a flaw here is the B-roll. What the fuck? Okay, so there's a difference between, like, B-roll and then also the most random team comps you've ever seen that don't work if you've read the kits a single time. Right? There's a difference between bad B-roll and you would never run this team if you read anything that the characters do a single time. Maybe he has sequences. Let's stop giving the benefit of the doubt to people that haven't earned it yet. Can we do that, guys? Can we stop giving the benefit of the doubt to people that haven't earned it? Please? Because I've seen enough for me to say this is user error and there's not like some hidden reason for this. And also, I don't think this is an S3 Cardathea because he has 4.2k points. With 30 seconds left. I don't think it's an I don't think it's an S3 Cardathea. That's my personal take.
To focus almost entirely on completing your rotation, making slight timing adjustments and dodging only where strictly needed, which creates this kind of paradox. More interaction actually makes Wuwa players feel like they aren't playing the game, even though the rotation-only version that they want to play is massively stripped down from what the combat could end up being.
Wait, what the fuck did he just say, bro?
Vastly outdamages one where something went wrong. So it's genuinely mechanically correct to focus almost entirely on completing your rotation, making
you can literally do rotations faster than they're listed out by parrying and dodging properly. And so, if you interact with the enemy mechanics, you're able to do the rotations faster and increase your DPS. What is so hard to understand? I think I've said this like 30 times. Dodges and concerto, dodges and parries give you concerto. The faster you get concerto, the faster your rotations are. The faster your rotations, the faster your DPS. So interacting with dodges and parries increase your DPS. What's the problem here? That's the point he doesn't understand. So he's saying there's a problem that doesn't exist. Because he cannot see the link between dodging and parrying increasing his DPS. He's saying it's a problem because he can't see the link. He said parries were cosmetic. I've seen it now. Okay. I see no more need to watch this video. Because I've reached a sort of like impasse over here. And it really, honestly, this entire part for me was trying to discover why he's saying there's a problem. This man cannot understand, at a baseline, what dodges and parries in Concerto, how they interact with the rest of the game. And he's like sort of consigned himself to, the only way to play Wuthering Waves outright is to look up a rotation on a Google Sheet or Pridewin and never play anything else. That's what this guy is saying. The only way to play Wuthering Waves is this. Look up a rotation online, follow it to a T, muscle through hits, and pretend, and that's the only way that you can do it. And if you're doing anything else, you're wrong. But that's just not true when Quick Swap exists in the game, when dodges and parries, as I've shown you, speed up your support's rotation dramatically. He has a completely misunderstood understanding of Wuthering Waves. It's a completely bullshit, misinformation-fueled take, and it's done, unfortunately, to uplift ZZZ during a time where ZZZ is doing really bad. And so, essentially, we've just spread misinformation about Wuthering Waves the entire video to make ZZZ seem better than it actually is. While also minimizing and refusing to actually get into, knee-deep, the real problems with Zenless Zone Zero. Now, I didn't do enough. I didn't talk enough shit about ZZZ. I didn't critique it enough at the start of the video. I'm so glad I did now after seeing what we've seen so far, because this is the most imbalanced, truly, one of the most inauthentic, imbalanced, one-sided critiques I've ever seen. It is not, like, this question does not get answered by the video. I think that this Wuwa profile picture is cosmetic, and this guy's a LARPer. And I've shown you objectively where all of his arguments are wrong and proven wrong by something in game. Not for me. And hopefully, there haven't been a lot of people swayed by the misinformation that you're seeing all throughout this vid, because there is so much of it. Let me know what you all thought. Peace out. Barry, you shit talks easy the whole video. Gotta do what the creator won't. Gotta be honest where the creator won't be. And you know that's a fact. After seeing that video, I was just being honest where the creator wasn't being honest. Truly, actually, one of like the most biased videos I think I've ever seen. Like, guys, I'm. This is the problem, though. I don't want to blame. I don't want to blame or call out anybody that got gaslit by the CC, because this is the thing. It happens. Okay? And typically, you're probably not going into these videos when you watch them on the second monitor. You're probably not going into like a fucking, what's it called? Like a knee-deep breakdown of all of his points to see like whether or not he's spitting. I just do that on all of my reacts at a baseline. I inspect every point. I actually listen to the video, right? I'm not like Mr. Mukbang over here, right? Focusing my attention between a fried chicken sandwich, right? A fried chicken sandwich and what's on the screen. I'm focusing on the video the whole fucking time. And sort of like the end result is, I really go in on the points. Like, I want to actually, like, know what he's saying and understand what he's saying. And when I was trying to understand what he was saying, look at all the glue and all the evidence, I was just like, this is wrong. Now they're going to say you're doing the same thing Brand did to Candybug. Guys, I said he's a LARPer and doesn't play the game. I'm just spitting straight facts. And this is nowhere even close to, like, branding somebody as, like, I called him a LARPer because he's lying about the game and has no idea what he's talking about. Literally, and proved it wrong live in front of you in the video. There's a difference between me doing that and, of course, saying things like, oh, this is like a grifter. This person's just trying to get, like... I'm just saying, this is clearly the most ZZZ appeasing video ever. So if he gets death threats, you deserve to be called out. Guys, I've never seen somebody in this space other than Genshin get death threats. Nobody. Like, I haven't seen it anywhere except Genshin. So yeah, I'm already seeing that some people in the chat got gaslit by this video as well. Guys, there's no issue with that. Like, if anything, that just means you have, like, a good level. If you got gaslit by this vid, guys, that just means you probably have a good level of, like, commitment to gacha games. I.e., not really that much. You're not that dedicated to it. And so, like, you aren't taking it that seriously. But for me, this is, like, bro, I've been spammed this vid, like, 300 times. So I was like, oh, this better be a good one. And I was severely let down. Like, let's say it this way. Part of my reaction is also being let down by the fact that this was hyped up for, like, weeks. Like, dude. Like the only response I have is, like, I'm, like, rolling my eyes at the fact that, like, so many people hyped this up for weeks. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, I'm just disappointed. Like, truly, this is what came out of this? Come on, man. I thought it wasn't going to be biased. Yeah, I thought it wasn't either. I thought it was going to be like a fair thing. And I was like, wait, it's a good like ratio. Both communities liked it. No, it's just CZZ players. It's like, it's just CZZ players. That are just like laughing at like lies about Wuwa, bro. Like they're just looking at Wuwa misinformation and like they're watching ZZZ get glazed and Wuwa get insulted and they're like, woohoo! Get him! Giga bias? Well, that's the thing. If it was a true neutral video, it would get more downvotes from ZZZ's deranged community. That's what I'm beginning to realize. If a Hoyoga is mentioned in the video and it's a non-biased critique, it's gonna have downvotes. And now, if a video has a like ratio like this, I know there's something wrong with it. If a video has a like ratio like this, it's supposed to be unbiased, there's something wrong with it. It's biased. Parry being cosmetic and Wuwa's LARPer talking point. The guy did not know that Concerto is gained from parries and dodges. If you don't know that Concerto is gained from parries and dodges, and you can't understand how getting Concerto faster makes your rotation faster, when it is widely known that variation is the best weapon in the game, and its only effect is that it gives you Concerto, How can you not make that relationship unless you're dumb? Everyone says variation is the best 4-star weapon in the game. What does variation do? Let me see. What does this fucking weapon do, bro?
Understood.
It gives you
I am
concerto.
here
So
to
getting
serve your
concerto's
will.
good. Dude, it's like these guys don't understand that. It's like that simple relationship is not formed in their head, and that's why they make these videos. Because that's the only outcome of you saying parries are cosmetic. That's the only outcome of saying dodges are cosmetic. You don't know what they actually do, and you don't know the importance of concerto. I knew about dodges, but not parries. Guys, people don't know it's really bad to parry on your DPS. It's really good to parry on your supports. That's one of the biggest skill issue things in Wuthering Waves, is it's so much more beneficial to parry on your sub DPSs and supports. And if you have an opportunity to switch to one of those characters to parry without losing anything, you should. Like, legitimately. Like, it is, like that is like one of the hidden little texts that people don't realize. You don't need more concerto on your DPS, but you can always use more concerto on your sub DPS and your supports. You can always use more concerto on those characters. Bro, if you could go in and your Shorekeeper's at 99% concerto when she intros in, you would do that. Right? If your Shorekeeper could intro in and she's at 100%, you would do that, right? Then you just ult, then go to the next person. Absolutely no instant. And you know how strong that is. How do these guys not understand that? Why am I doing a rotation? To build up concerto. So, like, if I build up concerto elsewhere, I don't need to do some parts of my rotation. They don't play the game.
Mind the tempo.
They don't play the game. And you know what the great thing is? I don't need to play the game to know that ZZZ's shield. Because that's where the conversation is going to go next. They're going to be like, say, you're LARPing about ZZZ. I'd have to be wrong for it to be called LARPing. I would have to be incorrect for that to be LARPing. You are a LARPer when you're wrong about something. You can't really be a LARPer and be correct at the same time. You call somebody a LARPer when they're clearly wrong. That's how it works. You can't really call a LARPer if they're spitting. You can't call somebody a LARPer if they're spitting facts. That's the opposite. They're not role playing. Then they know what they're talking about. Some people don't know English, and they LARP. They LARP knowing the English language. So yeah, that's something we got going on there too. All right. Alrighty. Kind of a long day today. I didn't expect it to go for this long a while. Yeah, no, we're at the 4-hour mark. But yeah, no, I feel like y'all got a fun day. Yeah, I don't feel like there's anything to complain about. Make sure you leave a 5-star review on my Yelp, all right? And then we'll leave a 5-star review on my Yelp, and then we'll kind of pick it up from there. All right, boys? All right, boys, sound good? Sound good? All right. Anyways, I'm gonna go raid you guys to an actual ZZZCC now. I know there's actually players of the game that do like ALG's advice, so we're gonna send you all over to him, and go at it from there. Okie dokie. See you later.